da la just Saturday ye one Shabbat in you lo que solo la encolea la tia calada costume lao cose la figo non so che but I meet you ready calada costume lao cose la figo non so che but I meet you ready. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun with the children of the sun. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care with the children of the sun. Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé níbo ló dà lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí wọ́n ń ṣe pàtí ní òwò lókè sólò lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn láti káládà kòstúmù láwọ̀ cose la figo non so che but I meet you ready calada costume lao cose la figo non so che but I meet you ready. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun with the children of the sun. Whoa, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care with the children of the sun. Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé níbo ló dà lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí wọ́n ń ṣe pàtí ní òwò lókè sólò lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn láti calada costume lao cose la figo non so che but I meet you ready. Costume lao cose la figo non so che but I meet you ready. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun with the children of the sun. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care with the children of the sun. Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé níbo ló dà lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí wọ́n ń ṣe pàtí ní òwò lókè sólò lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn láti calada costume lao cose la figo non so che but I meet you ready. Calada costume lao cose la figo non so che but I meet you ready. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun, we're the children of the sun. Whoa, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care, we're the children of the sun. Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé ní bọ́lọ́dà lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí. Wọ́n ṣe pàtí ní òwò lókè sùnà lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn láti. Káládà kòstúmù láwọ̀. C'est la fille bonne soke, but I meet you ready. Canada, costume lawa, c'est la fille bonne soke, but I meet you ready. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun, we're the children of the sun. Whoa, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care, we're the children of the sun. Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé ní bọ́lọ́dà lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí. Wọ́n ṣe pàtí ní òwò lókè sùnà lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn láti. Káládà kòstúmù láwọ̀ c'est la fille bonne soke, but I meet you ready. Costume lawa, c'est la fille bonne soke, but I meet you ready. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun, we're the children of the sun. Whoa, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care, we're the children of the sun. Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé ní bọ́lọ́dà lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí. Wọ́n ṣe pàtí ní òwò lókè sùnà lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn láti. Káládà kòstúmù láwọ̀ c'est la fille bonne soke, but I meet you ready. Costume lawa, c'est la fille bonne soke, but I meet you ready. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun, we're the children of the sun. Whoa, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care, we're the children of the sun. Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé ní bọ́lọ́dà lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí. Wọ́n ṣe pàtí ní òwò lókè sùnà l'ancolea malatia Calada costume lawo Cose la figo non so che But I meet you ready Calada costume lawo Cose la figo non so che But I meet you ready Oh, we're happy people And that's who we are We're having fun We're the children of the sun Whoa, we're happy people And that's who we are We don't care We're the children of the sun Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé níbo ló dà lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí wọ́n ń ṣe pàtí ní òwò lókè súnà lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn Latia Káládà kòstúmù láwọ̀ Cose la figo non so che But I meet you ready Calada Costume lawo Cose la figo non so che But I meet you ready Oh, we're happy people And that's who we are We're having fun We're the children of the sun Whoa, we're happy people And that's who we are We don't care We're the children of the sun Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé níbo ló dà lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí wọ́n ń ṣe pàtí ní òwò lókè súnà lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn Latia Káládà kòstúmù láwọ̀ Cose la figo non so che But I meet you ready Costume lawo Cose la figo non so che But I meet you ready Oh, we're happy people And that's who we are We're having fun We're the children of the sun Whoa, we're happy people And that's who we are We don't care We're the children of the sun Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé níbo ló dà lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí wọ́n ń ṣe pàtí ní òwò lókè súnà lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn Latia Káládà kòstúmù láwọ̀ Cose la figo non so che But I meet you ready Calada Costume lawo Cose la figo non so che But I meet you ready Oh, we're happy people And that's who we are We're having fun We're the children of the sun Whoa, we're happy people And that's who we are Friday, ni boloda, la just Saturday. One Shabbat in you, lo que solo la encolea la tia. Kalada, costume lao, cose la figona soki, but I meet you ready. Kalada, costume lao, cose la figona soki, but I meet you ready. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun with the children of the sun. Whoa, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care with the children of the sun. Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé ní bọ́lọ́dà lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí. Wọ́n ń ṣe pàtí ní òwò lókè sọ́nà lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn láti. Káládà kòstúmù láwọ̀. Cose la figona soki, but I meet you ready. Kalada, costume lao, cose la figona soki, but I meet you ready. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun with the children of the sun. Whoa, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care with the children of the sun. Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé ní bọ́lọ́dà lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí. Wọ́n ń ṣe pàtí ní òwò lókè sọ́nà lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn láti. Káládà kòstúmù láwọ̀ cose la figona soki, but I meet you ready. Costume lao, cose la figona soki, but I meet you ready. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun with the children of the sun. Whoa, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care with the children of the sun. Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé ní bọ́lọ́dà lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí. Wọ́n ń ṣe pàtí ní òwò lókè sọ́nà lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn láti. Káládà kòstúmù láwọ̀, cose la figona soki, but I meet you ready. Kalada, costume lao, cose la figona soki, but I meet you ready. Oh, Friday, ni boloda, lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí. Wọ́n ṣe pàtí ní òwò, lókè súná, lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn láti. Káládà, kòstúmù láwọ̀, kò ṣe la fi gbọ́nà sókè. Bàtà mi ti rẹ́dì. Káládà, kòstúmù láwọ̀, kò ṣe la fi gbọ́nà sókè. Bàtà mi ti rẹ́dì. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun with the children of the sun. Whoa, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care with the children of the sun. Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé ní bọ́lọ́dà lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí. Wọ́n ṣe pàtí ní òwò, lókè súná, lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn láti. Káládà, kòstúmù láwọ̀, kò ṣe la fi gbọ́nà sókè. Bàtà mi ti rẹ́dì. Káládà, kòstúmù láwọ̀, kò ṣe la fi gbọ́nà sókè. Bàtà mi ti rẹ́dì. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun with the children of the sun. Whoa, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care with the children of the sun. Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé ní bọ́lọ́dà lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí. Wọ́n ṣe pàtí ní òwò, lókè súná, lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn láti. Káládà, kòstúmù láwọ̀, kò ṣe la fi gbọ́nà sókè. Bàtà mi ti rẹ́dì. Káládà, kòstúmù láwọ̀, kò ṣe la fi gbọ́nà sókè. Bàtà mi ti rẹ́dì. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun with the children of the sun. Whoa, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care with the children of the sun. Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé ní bọ́lọ́dà lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí. Wọ́n ṣe pàtí ní òwò, lókè súná, lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn láti. Káládà, kòstúmù láwọ̀, kò ṣe la fi gbọ́nà sókè.
kábíyèsí. also, I have His Royal BACO. I also have His Royal Highness the Oluba of Bakun, Ipetumodu, in Osun State. It's our pleasure to welcome you all. You have done us a great honor. I also want to I also want to welcome all our invited guests here. And I want all of us to say a big KBAC to all the KBAC that are here. KBAC. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. KBAC. Adé apẹ́ lórí, bàtà apẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀, ìrùkẹ̀rẹ̀ adabẹ́rẹ́, ẹ̀kú ajẹ̀pẹ́, ìlú ò ní túmọ̀ yín lórí o. Ẹ káàbọ̀. Yeah, I have some list here. Those who are going to be on the high table here. Their role is just to paddle the affairs. They are key director of this gathering. We are still expecting some of our guests, but while we're doing that, we want to start off, immediately so that we won't waste your time. Mr. Goke Adeniji is from former University of Lagos Liberia. Okay, he's just to come. As I mentioned the names, just let's applaud. A round of applause for every one of them.
Reverend Lekon Temowo. You are welcome, sir. Yes, sir. Emma Boniwaju, sir. We call on Director and Research and Training, Ogadep Abeokuta, Ogun State Agricultural Development Project. Lekon, okay. Reverend Lekon Temowo.
Okay, Reverend Lekon Temowo is the Director, Research and Training, Ogadep. That's the Ogun State Agri Development Program. You're welcome, sir. Then I have Professor Anthony Killer, Director, Center for International. He's not yet here. That's Director, Center for International Advanced and Professional Studies. When he comes, he will be properly introduced.
Then we are welcoming Mr. Adeni Temowo, President Origo International Canada. Mr. Adeni Temowo. You are welcome, sir. You are welcome, sir. Then we have Mr. Ganiu Agoron, Area Commander, Anti-Traffic.
Okay, so we move straight to opening prayer. And Reverend Temowo is going to do the opening prayer for us.
Shall we pray? Olúwa Ọlọ́run ọba tó pọ̀ nípa àtàgbára. A dúpẹ́ fún ayọ̀ ọjọ́ òní ní pàtàkì lórí iléeṣẹ́ Origo Canada. A dúpẹ́ fún gbogbo àwọn èèyàn wa tá a máa dára lórúkọ Jésù. Bí a ṣe ń dá yín lọ́lá, Olúwa kó máa gbé yín dìde. Ibi ò ní ṣẹlẹ̀ sí. Gbogbo àwọn kábíyèsí wa tó wá lórúkọ Jésù ìtẹ́ ò ní gbóná mọ́ yín o lábẹ́ kókòrí ẹ ó máa tẹ̀síwájú ọlọ́run lẹ wá yẹ sí kó lọ́ọ́ kó yẹ yín sí tó rà sí lẹ́yìn kò ní míbi wá o a fẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ ètò yìí Olúwa ẹ jọba láàrin wa Olúwa ẹ jọba láàrin wa gbogbo àtàbẹ̀ ọ̀hún yìí we all be blessed in the name of Jesus. Take control in the name of Jesus. Thank you, Father. Blessed be your holy name, for we have prayed in the name of Jesus. Praise the Lord. Praise the living Jesus.
Adúpẹ́, àdúrà wa gbà. While we're waiting for the chairman to come for his opening remarks, if you look at the program, we are at the point of making remarks. That's page 2, remarks. Let me start off by inviting His Royal Majesty. Let me start off by inviting His Royal Majesty, Kábíyèsí Ọba Bọ́lárin Adédòkun, the Ọ̀ràngún of Òkèlá, for his remarks. Kábíyèsí o.
Kábíyèsí, distinguished citizens of Nigeria here present, my brother, my friend, my son, Mr. Temo, please sit down. We are celebrating Origo Refugee Day. Who is a refugee? What constitutes, what leads to citizens, in quotes, being referred to as refugees? What are the conditions that will be prevalent? Then what are the social and human rights implications of a refugee? I know that Mr. Temowo has always been championing the cause of refugees since we met years back. And I pray you just continue to position yourself and take good care of those who are weak, because that is the essence of living, when well encapsulated in Ifa mythology, in Islamic religion, and also in the Bible. I keep saying it all the time. What Mr. Temowo is doing is trying to build the old waste places as encapsulated in the book of Isaiah 58:12. And it states, "And they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places. They shall build foundations of many generations, and they shall be called the repairer of the breach and the restorer of the paths to dwell in." We should not lose hope about the state of things in Nigeria. There are challenges. That's what nation building is all about. In your own little corner, fix it. In your own little corner, fix it. All the way from Canada, Mr. Temowo is trying to contribute his own little quota to the development of the world at large and Nigeria as a nation. I thank you for this great opportunity. Let's enjoy the day. God bless you.
Kábíyèsí, we thank you so much. Thank you so much. He has always been a father, right from our secondary school days. So he will continue to be a father. Agbára Ọlọ́run, iye oyin kò ní bàjẹ́. Let me move straight to another royal father in the house, our Kábíyèsí. That is His Royal Highness Abidin Adekombi Rosimi, the Osholu of Irewe. Kábíyèsí.
Kábíyèsí, chiefs, the participating Mr. Temowo, I believe you have become shining to the black race. What you are doing is marvelous. Because people believe that black people, something good cannot come out of them. And you can see your position. I know God is using you. You continue shine. It's a lesson for every one of us. Anywhere you are, you put your effort to know whatever you are doing, so that people can recognize you and know the value of your position. Once again, I thank you, and I thank everyone present here. God will continue to guide us in Jesus' name. Thank you.
Abesi, thank you so much. The cameraman, please, I just want to quickly ask, for the keynote address, join us virtual. Is available, please. Oh, very good. Okay, now may I call on another Yoruba father in the house? His Royal Highness Oba Biodun Ogundiran Olubakun of Bakun, Petimodu. Kabiyesi.
Thank you very much. Kabiyesi. Kabiyesi, the Origo of Okela. I don't think I will need to say anything here. You will say why? Because the Origo of Okela, Oba Abola Adedokun, was my teacher, my mentor, and somebody that he taught me, he trained me before I entered the university. Obviously, I will continue to cherish you. He is my mentor, like I said, and everything he has said here, I think should suffice for this day. Except for me, of course, to congratulate my friend, Adeniji Temowo, whom I would prefer to call Tempo. Tempo was my classmate in the University of Ibadan. We did our first degree and second degree in the same class. I've known him to be somebody like this. And what he's doing here, what my KBC has said about him, yes, I know he would do something like this. He will want to contribute something to the development of Nigeria. I've known him to be an achiever. Whatever he sets his eye to do, he will always do it. I've known him to be somebody that there's no obstacle that can be on his way to achieve whatever he wants to achieve. Yes, I will call him my boy. It was only this morning I was reminding him about the day he was doing his wedding at Shagam and the kind of risk that the three of us, both this MC and himself, that we took on the day of his wedding. No, I would not want to go to that history now because I think we all slept inside the vehicle. To God be the glory. Tempo, you will continue to work stronger and stronger. And I have the pleasure to welcome everybody here. Have a good stay and enjoy yourself. Thank you very much.
Very well, thank you. Obviously, he has sprouted me into saying one or two things about Mr. Temowo. He will always want to make things easy for people. That is just his life. He will consider so many things before he went ahead to do something. If he's looking for accommodation, he will first of all think of the accessibility by other people that don't have a car. When you say, you will say, no, how will my people get to Jare if they don't have a car? And when I saw this location, also for this program, I mean, it's very, very accessible for some of us that traveled down. So that is him. It's so easy. And I think that is one of the reasons why he's not too tall. So thank you very much. Just like I said, we are at the stage to listen to the keynote speech by Imam Sulaiman Ibrahim. So are you ready for us? What's the...
For now, we are going to have some music refreshment, please.
But I meet you ready. Kalada, costume lawa, kose la figbon soki. But I meet you ready. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun, we're the children of the sun. Whoa, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care, we're the children of the sun. Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé ní bọ́lọ́dà lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí. Wọ́n ṣe pàtí ní òwò lókè súná lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn láti. Káládà kòstúmù láwọ̀ kò ṣe la fi gbọ́nà sókè. Bàtà mi ti rẹ́dì. Káládà kòstúmù láwọ̀ kò ṣe la fi gbọ́nà sókè. Bàtà mi ti rẹ́dì. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun, we're the children of the sun. Whoa, we're happy people, and that's who we are.
Song gangan, èmi ò yọ̀lúwa ní àṣálẹ́, èmi ò yíyan lówó.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. May I create your indulgence to introduce one of the awardees that just stepped in person of, I don't even know how to describe him. Maybe I should describe him as a former honorable commissioner in Osun State. But he prefers to be addressed as a prince of the source. That's Prince Adetono Shikiru Ayedun. He's one of the awardees, my political leader from Ife Federal Constituency. I recognize you. You're welcome. Yeah, we don't want to waste much time. I think we want to move to the we'll move straight to the chairman's that's so before we do that, I want one or two words from our awardee, Prince Adetono. To just say one or two things. Some of the remarks.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Mo kí Ògbórí Adé tó wà níbí o. Mo fi ọ̀rọ̀ gún Òkèlà, mo fi kí gbogbo yín. Ìlú á máa jó yín lé yín lọ́wọ́. Well, thank you. And I'll say a big thank you to the organizers of this program, Origo International, Canada. This is a good program set up to give us more impetus into doing well in our society and to also contribute our quota to the development of this country called Nigeria and our various states. So I'll say a big thank you for this opportunity, and I believe that it will ginger us to do more. Thank you.
Thank you, Prince. You're welcome.
We now call on the President, Origo International. Okay. We now call on the President, Origo International, Canada, Refugee and Immigration Advocate, Mr. Adeniyi Temowo, for the presentation of Refugee Day Lecture. Thank you.
Yeah. I think this man needs a proper introduction, and there's a way we want to do it. So may I now call on the Elewi in the house. Yes, you're welcome. I'm sorry I don't have the details of your name. You first of all do that, then before you go into the... Please, a round of applause for her, please.
Ẹ̀yin màmá mi, ẹ̀yin bàbá mi tí ń bẹ ẹ̀ ń kalẹ̀, mo ní ẹ kú lẹ́la Ankara lé, ẹ káàbọ̀ là ń kéré ọ̀nà o, ewúrẹ́ dúdú tó wọlé tí ò kágo nídẹ̀ẹ́ra múso, àgùntàn bọ̀lọ̀jọ̀ tó wọlé tí ò kágo nídẹ̀ẹ́ra múso, èèyàn tó bá wọlé tí ò kágo nídẹ̀ẹ́ni àbùkù nídẹ̀ẹ́ni ẹ̀dẹ́, mo ní kémi má bàa dẹ́ni àbùkù, mo ṣe ní pé ẹ kú lẹ́la Ankara lé, ẹ káàbọ̀ là ń kéré ọ̀nà o, orúkọ tèmi ní Eléwì Ire, ọmọ ẹ̀gbọ́n mọ́lísà bí ọmọ agbègbè àkàlà, ọmọ eríjó fún ọ̀la, ọmọ òsínlẹ̀kùn palẹ̀kùn ní ọmọ àrídìí ògo lójú ògùn. This is actually a biography about Adeniyi Olasukomi Temowo. Adeniyi Olasukomi Temowo is a Nigerian and Canadian citizen with close to 30 years of experience working locally and internationally with refugees. A pioneer member of the African Refugees Foundation, Lagos, Nigeria, who worked under the tutelage of late Chief Olusegun Olushola, the founder of the African Refugees Foundation and former Nigerian diplomat and executive producer of the Village Headmaster Nigerian longest-running television soap opera, an advocate with a proven commitment to making life better for refugees and immigrants, with a Canadian and global perspective built on years of experience in advisory roles of policy, communication, and project management. in Canada and Nigeria. In 1996/1998, Adeniyi played leading roles in the establishment and management of Lagos State University/African Refugees Foundation Center for Refugee Studies, Lagos, Nigeria, and taught at the university. In 1997, Adeniyi participated in the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees UNHCR, Nigerian National Commission for Refugees, and African Refugees Foundation Program of voluntary repatriation of the refugees returnees to Liberia for a post-Civil War general election and resettlement. As a refugee and immigration advocate, over 5,000 clients have been served. Many have become permanent residents of Canada or Canadian citizens in 2003 at Manitoba as a member of the Canadian Council for Refugees. He participated in the review and issuance of a report card to the Canadian government on the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. This resulted in legislative changes that have saved thousands of lives and offered protection to many persecuted people. As a research assistant at the Center for Refugee Studies, New York University, Canadian, assisted in the development of the Refugee Research Network, built a network of researchers to share knowledge, assisted in developing of an e-journal on forced migration issues. He served as a student director of the Canadian Association for Refugees and Migration Studies and treasurer of the Canadian Migration Institute, Toronto, Canada. Mr. Temowo obtained Bachelor of Science degree in Psychology in 1991 and a Master degree in Psychology in 1994 from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. He holds a postgraduate diploma in International Project Management from Umba College of Applied Arts and Technology, Canada, 2001. Graduated with Master of Law from the prestigious Osgood Hall Law School, York University, Toronto, Canada, in 2011. He obtained postgraduate diploma in Refugee Studies and Forced Migration Issues and a certificate in Refugee and Forced Migration Issues from the Center for Refugee Studies, York University, Toronto, Canada, 2011. Furthermore, he obtained a Master of Arts in Migration and Settlement Studies from Rising University, Toronto, Canada in 2019 and completed coursework for the Master of Public Policy at the Johnson Shoyama Graduate School of Public Policy, University of Saskatchewan, Canada. Teaching and research are two of Adeniyi's greatest passions. He won various academic awards and published articles in international journals. He has presented papers at international conferences in many countries and visited more than 20 countries. A firm believer in the future and development of the African continent. Mo pè é bí ọlọ́gun ẹrú o. Mo pè é bí ọlọ́gbọ́n àwọn ọ̀fà ìrọ̀lúfẹ́ kan òkúdọ̀ jẹ́ yẹn akọ́jẹ́ kan ògbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ jẹ́ àfàyàfà. Adéníyì o, bá dákun kó gbéra hàn lẹ̀ ó dìde. Akíkanjú ọkùnrin wọn gangan mo ó ké sí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. O bá dákun kó má bínú sí mi pé mo bá ọ láyé mo pè ọ́ lórúkọ. Mo ní lórúkọ là á pè baládéládé. Lórúkọ là á pè lóye lóye o. Ìjẹ̀bú sánilé o. Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀ o. Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ èrè nìwà. Ọmọ adúrún mádé o. Ọmọ adúrún mọ́sùn pẹ̀dì ìyẹ̀jẹ̀. Ọmọ aládìyẹ ògògò mọ̀gà tí ń fẹ́ yẹn yẹ bí awó kìngbínkìngbín. Ìjẹ̀bú ní bá àràjò tí ń bá tàjò údé. Màá fọkàn jọba nílé rẹ̀ mọ́. Mo ní mẹ́fà ní sùjẹ̀bú. Méjì jíjẹ méjì títà. Òṣà ìlúkù ni wọ́n fi méjì yòókù bọ́ máa fi di owó só olóko bí ẹ̀rẹ́lẹ́. Ẹ̀yin lọmọ onígbọ̀n má dé. Ọmọ onígbọ̀n máa wò. Ọmọ onígbà àjòjì ò gbọ́dọ̀ wọ̀ gbòòrò. Àjòjì kájòjì tó bá wọ̀ gbòòrò ń kọ irú wọn ní ìdẹni ẹ̀bọ̀rà lé bàbá tó bí lọ́mọ. Mèbí ìran Jẹ̀bú ló kọ́kọ́ náwó dọ́là kó òyìnbó tó dé. Ìgbà tó òyìnbó dé, òun náà pọ̀ sílé bàbá tó bí lọ́mọ. Ẹ̀yin lọmọ olówó sẹ̀ǹbáyé tó wo kúkú tó dòóde kó tó dòwó ẹrú kó tó dòwó ọmọ. Òrìṣà jẹ́ ẹ̀dá bí onílé yìí o. Ni wọ́n fi pé gbà Jẹ̀bú owó, ìtọ́ Jẹ̀bú owó, kẹlẹ̀bẹ̀ Jẹ̀bú owó, ọmọdé Ìjẹ̀bú owó, àgbà Ìjẹ̀bú owó, ọkùnrin Ìjẹ̀bú owó, obìnrin Ìjẹ̀bú owó, aṣọ Ìjẹ̀bú owó lè bàbá tó bí ọlọ́mọ.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me? So we are going to talk on the Refugee Day. The purpose of the lecture is to create awareness about refugees. Many people have misconception about refugees. When they hear the word refugee, people give different meaning and different interpretation. So the purpose is just to clear the misconception, and then I will take this opportunity to give enough time to answer questions. If you have immigration questions, any form of immigration question, I'll be able to clarify anything. So we can do two things. What I usually do, if you are not comfortable, maybe you've been duped trying to travel out or whatever, and you don't want to make it public, you can write it, they can read it, I can answer the question. So if you want to ask about Canada immigration, I'll be able to answer you. If you want to ask question about US immigration, I'll be able to answer you. But I will do my best, even if it's UK, to give you insight into what you want to know. However, if there are questions that we can't tackle now, we can get our contact. I'll be able to clarify that for you. So mainly the purpose is to save a lot of people that have been misled in one way or other because of ignorance. So we'll start with the topic. The topic for today is fostering attitude change towards refugee. So we need the historical overview. How does the concept of refugee comes into play? So when we know that, we'll be able to answer or understand any question going forward. So the first one is the first refugee were the Protestants. That's what you first need to know. When you hear refugee, it's way, 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 way back. It's not new. The Protestants were the first refugee anywhere in the world. And how does this come to play? I will explain to you. They fled France. Protestants, the issue of refugee itself came from the word. Refugee means refuge, which is a French word. So the issue of refugees started in France as a nation. So the Protestants are part of Catholic Church. But there is a professor who is also a priest in Catholic. That was in 1517. His name is Martin Luther, a German professor. He's a priest. So he protested. That's where that word comes from. That's when you see some churches, they are Protestants. That's the origin of that church. When you say this is a Protestant church, they broke out of Catholic church. So they were protesting because the leader, who emerged as the leader, is Professor Martin. He's a German. So when they broke out of Germany, of Catholic, at that time, Catholic had institution that they control government. At that time, I think the same thing is taking place in Nigeria now. So they have influence of governance. So when they broke out, it now become Protestant and Catholic to emerge. That conflict now escalate, like we are having now in most African countries, especially when we went to Rwanda in 1994. It's the Hutu and the Tutsi. The tension was going and it boiled beyond control. That's why there was crisis in the Rwanda in 1994. So the Protestant and the Catholic now become a faction. They were one before. but they now became a faction. So when that was going on, the split and the religious acrimony turned France apart. So when you always say, oh, Nigeria, Africa, all we are going through now has been gone through by previous developed nations. France was in crisis. It was hell. It's more than the insecurity in Nigeria now at that time. So don't think they are genius. They went through development. Okay. So after that, the particular people that protested are mainly what they call in French Calvinist. So they were in the minority, but they were fighting. Like people asking now, we want Odua nation. We want this nation. That's exactly what was happening at that time. That's what led to the world refugee. So that's why when we understand, we'll be able to change our attitude so that internal strife doesn't escalate into crisis. When it escalates, you won't be able to control it. But if you can control the root cause, it can be manageable. So that's the essence of changing people's attitude, especially people who have the power to change policy. Once you do that, you'll be able to control your followership, so it won't escalate. So the single decision of a professor now become a world problem now in the 15th century. So now, when that happened, I told you there is influence in Catholic Church. So in 1598, Henry V of France, that was the king, okay, issue an edict, like a decree, okay. Now, to end the religious war, he was trying to solve the problem, like Buhari did when they created Democracy Day, and then they issue apology about June 12th. I'm trying to relate it so that you can understand. That's exactly what happened at that time. When he issued a decree trying to pacify both parties and then to try to end it. So after that, in that one was able to pacify the problem for some time. Then going forward, after 1598, you now have 1685. There is another king, which is Louis XIV. He revoked that decree because that one was Protestant, the one that did this. This one now is a Catholic, or was a Catholic at that time. So he now revoked that edict. When he revoked that edict now, all those minority now become vulnerable now because the government have the power now. So they want to deal with them. So the issue of refugee escalated from religious crisis. So when he issued that in the 1685, he just revoked it. Then that now compelled all those minority to run away for their life, because the power of government now can catch you anywhere. So that's why all those people now migrated or were able to run away to England and other countries. That's the origin of refugee. Because refugee itself means you have to cross a border. So now, after that, there was no definition of a refugee. It's just a concept that emerged. But after the First World War, the nation of the world came together to form the League of Nations. That is, group of nations coming together. When they formed the League of Nations, they saw the problem of refugee as a vital issue that needs to be tracked. Now, they now come up with a definition of a refugee. So, the First World War resulted in unprecedented refugee problem from Africa and Russia to Europe. The League of Nations created the definition of refugee. The League of Nations formed foundation for the UN Refugee Aid, which we are celebrating today now. The League of Nations could not deliver after forming the definition of a refugee because it was structurally weak. And because of the structural weaknesses, it was dissolved because the power could not hold the center. So after the war, then another agency emerged, which is still existing today, which is United Nations, that came into force after the League of Nations. So the League of Nations has provided the structure of how to manage and handle and protect refugees, but it could not sustain itself. So when UNHCR was created, the purpose was to manage refugees for a short time. That is a problem that will go away, but for years now is ongoing. So now we now go to the UNHCR, which is celebrating World Refugee Day every June 20, every year, all over the world, just creating awareness and sympathy, and create sympathy for the plight of the refugee around the world. So the League of Nations is the baby, is the father of United Nations High Commissioner for Refugee. So the structure that was in place was now implemented properly by United Nations High Commission. So, and they've been able to handle that for over 50 to 70 years now, but it's still ongoing. So now, the UNHCR is an agency. It's a global organization dedicated to saving lives. That's one mandate. Protecting rights and building a better future for refugees, forcibly displaced community, and stateless people. Because refugee is different from stateless people. And people will be wondering, what do you mean by stateless people? Anybody can become stateless. It's a matter of circumstances. For example, Osama bin Laden was a citizen of Saudi Arabia. When he left because of terrorism to Afghanistan, they revoked his citizenship to punish him in Saudi Arabia. And he's not a citizen of Afghanistan. Now he's a stateless person. He doesn't have any passport to travel. That's one. Secondly, in the 90s, you have USSR. There are a lot of citizens of USSR that travel with USSR passports outside USSR. But in the 90s, the USSR was dismantled. There was nothing. It became Russia and all these tiny, tiny nations. They became stateless because they don't have a valid passport anymore. Also, you have the Palestinians. If you look at the problem with Israel, the Palestinians mostly are stateless people. There is no citizen of Palestine. They still obtain visa from Israel if they want to travel. So you understand why that crisis keep coming up. So you say somebody came to take your land, and the person, you have to go to him to get a passport to travel. So that's why that tension continue to escalate. So they have no nation. If you hear Palestine, you will see Palestine hood, but not Palestine as a country. So those legal concepts really matter. They have implication. What we take for granted. I'm a Nigerian citizen. This is my passport. It's a big deal. It's when you don't have it and you have the need, then you will value it. If you travel outside the country and you don't have status, then you know the value of passport. It doesn't matter if it's not valued by other country. But the fact that you show up, they ask you, who are you? You say, I'm a Nigerian. It's a big deal. So we now go further to see who are refugees. You know, I told you that they are part of the people that ran away because of religious persecution. But there was no concrete definition at that time. It's just that they run for their life. So let's first do it in a layman, not to be too academic, and say and read what is here. Refugees are people who have fled war, violence, conflict, or persecution, and have crossed an international border. Those are the two major concepts that they look for in determining who is a refugee. You have to run from persecution, and you have to cross international border. Also, it doesn't matter. Not all risk constitute persecution. My life is in danger. It doesn't mean you are going to get refugee status. It has to meet the definition of persecution. If, like Nigeria now, there is kidnapping everywhere. Yeah, if you run to US or Canada, you will not get protection. But they are killing people, they are kidnapping every day. Yes, but it doesn't constitute persecution. Why? Because there is one clause they will ask you. They call it internal flight alternative. If a judge is determining who is a refugee, they have to look that, do you have internal flight alternative or not? They are kidnapping in Lagos, and you are based in Lagos. Yes, we understand. But do you have option of going to Port Harcourt? Do you have option of relocating to Abuja? Until you are able to satisfy that anywhere in Nigeria is not safe for you, that's when you will meet the definition of persecution. However, the law is flexible. The same law that says you can't run, you can go to another state, brought a flexibility to protect women. They brought out, after this, they brought out chairperson's guideline against gender persecution. A woman can run from here now and run to Canada or US and say, my husband wants to kill me. It's just one man. They will protect her. Why? There is an institution, an instrument that says any gender-based case must be given preference. That's why you see when you hear that, oh, this one traveled, is still looking for paper. But you say, oh, this woman traveled, she has paper. That's the distinction. It's not that the man don't know what to do, but the refugee process is more towards women and children. That's the concept of who designed the law, to protect women and children. That's why women and children get more protection than any other person. We'll get to that when I'm answering questions. So the UNHCR now came up with a concrete definition of a refugee. What they now said is a refugee is a person outside his or a country of nationality who is unable or unwilling to return to his or her own country of nationality because of persecution or a well-founded fear of persecution on account of, they now define 5 grounds that you can make a claim. You can't just say, armed robber want to kill me. No, they will not protect you. You have to walk towards those 5 grounds if you are presenting your case. First one, based on political opinion. What do you mean by political opinion? When we get to prominent refugee, you will understand. You are criticizing government of the day and you are in opposition, then you will get protection. If you look at trend, US, Europe, Canada, 93, 94, 95. I think Abacha died 98. From 93 to 98, if you just show up anywhere in Canada, US, or Europe and say, the government of the day want to kill me, you don't need any story. You will be offered protection. So if you have friends, brother, relations that have paper easily, that was that period of time. Some will say, my brother is a labor leader and they want to eliminate the family. Some will say, I'm from Ogoni. They just give you because they are expecting you. They look at the situation in the country. Every year, there is country report. Like now, they are monitoring what is going on in Nigeria. But the kidnapping doesn't constitute persecution because there is still option for you. You can leave Osun State and relocate to Oyo. You can leave Ibarapa and still go to Ilorin. Why don't you try that first? So that's why. So the first one is political opinion. Your opinion against the government of the day. They will protect you. Secondly, nationality. Nationality has to do with when you have countries that emerge from one country to two countries. Like India was a big country before. Pakistan emerged from India. After that, Bangladesh. So they can claim asylum on nationality. And then they have religious problem. The second one is membership in a particular social group. In 1951, when this convention was signed, they were not sure if that 5 grounds will cover everything going forward 100 years. They now use this particular ground as elastic, depending on how your legal representation can articulate a case to make you a membership in a particular social group. You can say you are market women fighting against government for unnecessary levy. It constitutes membership in a particular social group. You can say I'm a gay and gay is not acceptable in my country. It will constitute membership in a particular social group. So that's an open-ended ground that people continue to use these days. The other one is religion. I told you from the onset. You go to Saudi Arabia now, you start preaching in the bus. Jesus is the Lord. You know what will happen. So that's why they leave this. And also in the north and the south, there's always religious war. But like I told you, if you run from the north because of religious persecution and travel to Canada, they will not protect you because they can say you can still relocate to the south. But if it's the government that is against you because you have different religious view, then you will get protection. The last one is race. The issue of Refugee 51 Convention came about because the Germans were being persecuted by Hitler. He just don't want Jews as a race. That's why the issue of race came in. And also now you have Israeli, Palestinian. They are two different races. Then you have the Iraqis and the Kurdish. They are two different races. So when issue of race come in, you are being persecuted because they see you as outsider, not part of us. So they want to persecute you. That's why they define the 5 grounds that you can use. Now, asylum seeker, you have to make a distinction. There is a distinction between a refugee and asylum seeker. It's not, you just say, I'm a refugee. No. You are an asylum seeker when you go to another country. Refugee is a conventional legal status that you are looking for. If you look at the UNHCR logo, it signifies what? You see the meaning we are going to protect you. It means protection. They didn't just design this. This is protection. So when you leave your country and go outside, what are you looking for? Protection. Why? My country cannot protect me. So the onus is on you to demonstrate that. Then you will be granted their own legal status. That's when you now have refugee status. Refugee status now is a key to open opportunities for you. So you have many people abroad that fail to demonstrate refugee status. You can hide, you can eat, but you won't be able to develop yourself because you don't have the status to access basic need that you need. So there is a distinction between asylum seeker and refugee. Refugee, like we commonly just say, oh, they are refugee. No, it's just a term. But you are looking for refugee status. It's a legal status that defines you. From refugee status, you become a permanent resident. From there, you become a citizen. It's a process. Now, like I said, convention refugee. People recognize, accorded with refugee status in another country. Those two key words has to be there. They have to accord and recognize you because before you become part of them. Now, what's the status of the League of Nations? A match replacement League of Nations. They were able to create the definition of a refugee. That's why they call it refugee. Yeah, that's why they call it Refugee Convention. It's an instrument of determination who is a refugee. Any country you go is the same instrument they will use to process your case. So that was in 1951 that they created that going forward. But that was Second World War. Because when you see in law, when you see a policy or a law coming out, there is something in the mind of the person who is creating that law. Is it to solve problem? Is it to deal with an issue? Or to deal with a particular people? So the convention was created to protect the people Hitler was targeting, mostly the Jews. But the convention falls short. It was blind at that time. It was limited to Europeans. That was 1951. But in 1960, most of the countries, especially Africans, are becoming independent. So if they have problem in their country and they run outside, they won't be protected. Because this convention was limited to Europeans. So that was the awakening call for a review of that convention. But they could not change it because it has been signed in 51. but they updated it rather than changing it. That's why you now see when you talk of 1951 convention, they will also say 1967 protocol. The significance of the protocol is just to expand the boundary of the protection. It's now anybody from anywhere in the world, not limited to Europe. And it favors mostly the Igbos when the Civil War strike in 67. If they've not changed this, most of them that ran out and got protection over the world will not be able to get the protection because that convention limits them. They will just run out and hide there, or they will not be accepted. But because the protocol now updated the convention, that's why after the Civil War, many of the Igbos that ran away were able to be protected in US, Canada, and Europe. So that's the significance of that clause. Clause in law is very, very important. Now, the Refugee Day we are celebrating today, it's like I said, since 2001, the UNHCR is trying to create awareness. When people know more and have clear understanding who is a refugee, they will say how they can help, how they can assist. That's the purpose of this. And anybody can organize World Refugee Day. You can do it in a school. You can give them a lecture. Even if you contact UNHCR, they will send material to you if you want to distribute. Or you can read and just talk about refugee. Some people even form refugee club in school just to support and create awareness. Why is it important? It's important because you don't know who is going to be who in future. And most of the problem of refugee, the root cause is war, and mostly caused by this government or this faction or this party don't agree with this one. It will now escalate. But if they've been able to have an understanding of this, common sense might prevail. That's exactly what happened in Rwanda. So Rwanda in 94 broke out because they ignore the strife between the Hutu and the Tutsi. He escalated. That's now the current president is trying every possible to make Rwanda a one-party state because he doesn't want that thing to happen again. He knows the consequence. So that's the root cause. Anybody can organize World Refugee Day in any form. And if you go on the UNHCR website, you can see material, you can see idea of what to do. You can even do a run, just a walk with people and create awareness. Design a t-shirt and create awareness. So it's a free event that anybody can do. Now, to bring it back home and give you better understanding, these are notable people that you will know so that your perception will change. Notable refugee, for example, I just picked some. Professor Wole Soyinka was a refugee. Why? Like I told you, the 5 ground. Because of his political opinion under Abacha, he was targeted. And he has to run away for his life. And he was protected, stayed there, and returned when Abacha died. Also, you have Senator Bola Tinubu. He was a refugee in 1998 in London. Dele Momodu was a refugee for political opinion. They are fighting for June 12th. Now you also have Senator Oluremi Tinubu. That's what I was telling you about membership of a particular social group. She was not a politician, but she became a refugee because she was married to a politician. So because of her connection to the political figure, she had to run away. Because if she stayed, they will get her if they can't get the husband. You have General Yakubu Gowon when they took over the government. If he came back, they would jail him, like they did for Idi Agbon. So because of his political opinion, and they also accused him, either true or false, that he was part of the 76 coup. So he can't come back. So he was a refugee in London for years before returning home. You also have General Odumegu Ojukwu. He fought for the Biafra. When things don't go the way they wanted, he left to Ivory Coast. And he was there for years before he returned in 1982 to contest and become a senator before he died. You also have General Idi Amin of Uganda. When they took over from him, he was in Saudi Arabia till he died. He ran away for political opinion. And lastly, you have Charles Taylor. He ran from Liberia to Nigeria until General Obasanjo handed him over for Hague for trial. So he's in prison now for his political opinion. So those are the ones that bring things home for you to understand that refugees are not just imaginary people. Anybody, any of us can become a refugee. It's a matter of circumstances. Because when we went to Rwanda in 1994, most of the people are on the queue waiting for ration. Queuing for ration were former legislators. If anything happens, the table will turn. Anybody can become a refugee. So you need to understand that it's not just some people. Anybody. It's just matter of circumstances. Once things change, everything changes. Now, what's the takeaway? What we want you to learn and understand is that refugees are human beings, like you. Secondly, refugees need help. So anywhere, anytime you can help them, you can do so. Positive attitude need to be developed towards refugees. Either you hear or you see agency protecting refugees, you can support them or you can call them. What can I do? Then they will be able to tell you what they need. Every action counts. It doesn't mean it has to be a big thing to do. Like we are doing now, we are supporting refugees, even with our presence. For you to leave your time and be here just to participate in World Refugee Day, it's part of the support. That's what they need. Also, government need to develop better strategy to assist refugees. Then, like I said, address the root cause. The root cause is mostly seek for power. This one doesn't agree with this one. That strife will escalate. That's what produces refugees, mostly anywhere in the world. Okay. Now, we've talked about refugee. The distinction between refugee and immigration is that refugees leave their place of nationality or place of habitual residence, which is their country, because of safety and threat to their life. But when you hear immigration, it's a voluntary. I want to relocate from Nigeria. I'm going to Cotonou to live there. If you meet their condition, you start living in Cotonou. If you choose to go to US, you start living in US. But refugees don't have option. They have to leave, and they have to leave everything to live. Immigration is choice. Let me sell my house. Let me sell my property before I go. Sell my car. That's matter of choice. But refugee has to live within seconds, time, and day. Or else the consequence will be battered. So now, what we mean by immigration now is there are types of immigration. You either go to any country by visiting. That's one, as a visitor. You can go by studying. You go and school in another country. You can also go by economic class. That's what most people are doing these days. Economic class has different category. Specifically, I'll give you an example of Canada. Economic class, you can go as a skilled worker. What do they mean by skilled worker? Because you are a graduate, you have work experience, and you have money. Those are three things. You have to immigrate based on window of opportunity. You want to go because I'm a graduate. I have money. Then I want to immigrate. But there is a set of rules. For example, in Canada now, you go as a skilled worker because you are a skilled worker. But if you don't have skill, you can go as a businessman or as a business person because I have money. Then you have the family unification. Anywhere in the world, once one person is there, you want others to join. Bring your sister. Bring your mother. Bring your father. Bring your friend. That's family unification. All that are under immigration. Those are choices. Desire. And you fulfill it by having the economic power. But the refugee, the irony, there is no money. You might be lucky. You have money, depending on the circumstances. But majority have to live because they have to live. Now, you have the misconception. What is visa? People always say, I have visa. Yes. Visa is just a privilege. It's nothing. It's a privilege to knock at the door of another country. You can have 5 years multiple. And you get to Canada. And they send you back. The same plane, turn around and send you back. But I have 5 years. No. Visa, you need to understand the concept. The embassy that issue it to you, interview you, get some basic information about you and your purpose of going. I want to go and visit. Okay, fine. They issue a visa. Then the gatekeeper in that country need to do a due diligence. Are you a genuine visitor? Why? Because the immigration policy is their own instrument of protection to save them economic cost, to save them life and safety. If you come in without being properly checked and you have disease, you are going to infect others. If you come in because you lied, you are a criminal, you come to hide, you are going to spoil the system. That's why they need to interview you. You are able to get visa because one agent helped you. They didn't do your fingerprint. You've committed crime. They are looking for you in US. And you ran away here. You came, you get Canadian visa, and you came down. At that point of entry, that gatekeeper, which is a border control officer, it can be immigration, it can be border control, depending on the nomenclature. It doesn't matter. They need to still interview you. Your information has to tally with what is in the visa office that you obtain that visa. And most of the problem why people run into that problem, they help them to get the visa. I want to buy a shit. But when you now get there, they're asking you questions. You don't even know what they put inside. Then they'll send you back because they need to be sure this is the person that was in Lagos office that obtained the visa. and this is the person that say, I'm going for 6-month holiday. It's not that I want to hide in the system. Because each time I come, I discuss with visa officer in Abuja or Lagos. And we review why is Nigerian being refused visa. And they always tell me, Mr. Tabawo, your people will say, I have land in Banana Island. I have G-Wagon. I have this. They will show me. Even some mother will bring their gele out and say, see, my white hair. I can't go and hide in Canada. Okay. Then they get to Canada. They go and make refugee claim. But the law of Canada, for example, does not allow immigration officer to send you back. Once you open your mouth and say, my life is at risk, even if you say cockroach want to kill me, the law allows them to let you in and give you the due process to be had. If it doesn't succeed, then they can send you out. But they will not at that place send you away. They only send people away who are here to visit. But if you just open your mouth and say, my life is at danger, no matter what, they will let you in. Even if it's obvious, it's not your passport, you are lying. It doesn't matter. But the mistake many people do is, once they've written a report, if you now say my life is in danger, no, it will not work. You have to say it before the officer and say, oh, I can't return to Nigeria. Why? My mother's other wife, my father's other wife want to kill me. No problem. It's going to succeed or not, they will still listen to you. That's how things work. It's not that they are foolish, but they use it to protect people. You know, that's what the refugee law call refoulement. The French word again. Don't send people back to danger. But their own responsibility and skill is not to determine who is a refugee. It's just to determine who come in, and the person who is going to determine is a judge that will say, you meet these 5 grounds that we've talked about, and then they will grant you a status. That's how that one works. So, because I'll do most of it in the question, which I know will come. So, what is Canadian visa lottery? I've been hearing that. There is nothing. Don't let anybody deceive you. Canada don't have visa lottery. They have never tried it before. And I can tell you authoritatively, there will never be Canadian visa lottery, because the immigration structure is one of, if not the best in the world. So you can only come to Canada or become a Canadian citizen by 2 parts: immigration, refugee. So that's why the law, like a Bible, is called Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. Either you come in and say my life is in danger, they deal with your case through refugee, or you come in through immigration. And like I said, as a student, after your study, you want to stay in Canada, you apply, you become a permanent resident. Or you come to visit, like we said. If you are not married, you see somebody you want to marry who is a Canadian citizen or a permanent resident. If you choose to marry and 2 of you agree, you file in, they will be able to give you. That's another part. Or family unification. You want to sponsor your mother. You want to sponsor your husband. You want to sponsor your wife. You can come in through that. The other aspect is the economic class, which I said. Skilled worker, provincial nominee. What they mean by provincial nominee is that you have, instead of state in Nigeria, it's just a nomenclature, the same thing. They call it province. They call Lagos now, Lagos is a province instead of Lagos as a state. So nominee mean those states are looking for people. They need particular skill and they need people. And they can't get Canadians who can do it. Then they start nominating you. Can you come because of your refugee? That's why you see many adverts sometimes. I don't know if they are still there now. They say, Canada is looking for cook. They are looking for hairdresser. They are looking for carpenter. Yes, they are looking for carpenter. They are looking for this or that. But the problem is, like I said, in law, policy is designed with something in mind. Why are we designing this law? It's designed for mostly Europeans. They are looking for driver. But most Nigerians and Africans will not qualify. They will just take your money. Why? It's not because they don't want you. A carpenter and a driver in most cases here cannot do English test and pass with 5.5 aggregate in listening, reading, and the foregrounds. So they need your language skill in addition to your main skill. So you will start the process, waste the money, and then they will reply you, because by law, if you pay $5,000, you put in the application. By law, they collected your money. They will reply you and say, we receive your application, is in process. It's a requirement that they have to give you value for your money. But processing will lead to visa that you want. That is the question. Because when you get to English test, you won't be able to pass. And you will be short of the requirement. But like drivers, they're looking for drivers from Europe who have drive in the snow. How many drivers in Nigeria have drive in the snow? It's not I know how to drive. No, they are not looking for that. Have you drive in the snow? Because they know that driving in snow requires intellectual capacity so that you can maneuver and save life. You are saving your life, you are saving other people's life. But because you are driving here, it's a tropical environment, you will not qualify. So many people are being deceived by giving half information that, oh, Canada is looking for some people. Yeah, they are looking for people. But do you have the due diligence of what they are looking for? The English in particular, and then different skill. Like they won't take you as a nanny if you want to go, if you don't have English credit. Why are they asking for credit in English? Because you want to do nanny? Yeah, they know that if you stay with this child and the parents are at work, they believe they have peace of mind. Okay. Now, if there is emergency, can you call 911? Can the dispatch understand you and come to where and say, what happened to the child? You won't be able to communicate. That's why they are trying to say no until you are able to satisfy some level of competency in language. It's not that you can't take care of children, but they foresaw, in order to save the safety of that child, that you have to be able to meet this particular requirement. So I will stop at that and give more time for question. Practical one. There is no stupid question. I will answer all questions. If you have ashamed not to want to divulge personal thing, you can write it. We'll deal with it. So I will take questions. Thank you.
While Mr. Temo was giving his lecture, some of our guests came in. So may I seize this opportunity to welcome you all. In particular, I want to welcome Mr. Goke Adeniji and his friend, You are most welcome, sir. Your seat is here. Your seat is here, sir. Please help me welcome Mr. Goke Adeniji. He was a former librarian, University of Lagos. You're welcome, sir. Okay, questions? Just signify by raising up your hand, then I hand over the microphone to you. Okay, thank you. You tell us your name and some other things that you want us to know about you, then ask your question.
My name is Wole Adedan from African Refugee Foundation. Particularly, by tomorrow, we will be celebrating World Refugee Day worldwide. My question to Mr. Temowo, how can an asylum seeker be protected when they get to Canada?
Yeah, thank you. Let me repeat the question. He's asking how an asylum seeker can be protected, for example, if they choose to run to Canada for protection. Like I said, asylum seeker is looking for protection because he or she is not safe in his or her own country. Okay. Now, you have a robust refugee process in the world, in Canada. When you first come in, you have two different ways. You either make your claim at the border when you enter Canada and say, I want to make a claim. So when you get to Canada, you have two options. You either make a claim immediately you enter Canada and say, my life is in danger. And then they will give you the opportunity. Write whatever you want to, what is after your life. Either my wife, my husband want to kill me, or I'm an opposition member. My leader and all this, because I deflected to another party, they are looking for me, they want to kill me. So they will give you the opportunity to write down, and then there is a process to be referred to Refugee Determination Division. Those one will listen to your case. You have the opportunity to be heard orally. You will be with the judge and your counsel, and you present your case. And they will now determine, like I said, if you meet the convention definition of a refugee. And the key there is they are looking for persecution. There is no clear definition of persecution, but it should not be a danger that is limited to a particular place. You have to be personally targeted. It's not they are targeting you and they are targeting every other person in your area. It will not become a persecution. It has to be you that, oh, you are the one that was in this party and you deflected. You go and leak information to the other party. They won because of the information you gave to them. So they want to kill you. So the two options in Canada is you have in Canada claim and at the border claim. You talk to the asylum seeker officer. They let you in and go in. However, you can come with a passport, a valid passport. and come inside Canada and then walk into immigration office and say, my life is in danger. Those are the two options. That's why you see many people obtaining US visa. Because Canada and US have shared border. They walk in and make asylum claim. Either it's going to succeed or not, they have to let them in. No matter how stupid is the case. Except because before they let you in, they will quickly, within that short period, run your background. Look for your fingerprint anywhere in the world. Once they see that you are a wanted person or you are a past criminal, they will not let you in. Those are the two conditions. They will detain you and then deport you. Why? Because the objective of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act is to protect life, health, and safety of Canadians. How? If they don't let criminal come in, then they are protecting others. If they don't screen you health-wise, you might infect people with disease. So after you make your claim, they will send you to do health examination. They will pay for that. So that's why Lagos office, they track when they see visa. When I talk to visa officers, they see visas, you go, you make refugee claim. There will be a telex to the visa officer who issued that visa. Did you do your due diligence? So if you now see a visa officer that issue 50 visa in a month and 35 make refugee claim, he or she is playing with her career. It's not going to grow. Because that 35 has cost Canadian government a lot of money. For example, with my practical knowledge, if you make a claim today in Canada, between when you say my life is in danger today, maybe after 1 year, they will hear your case. Canadian government will incur between 20 and 50,000 on you as expense. Either the case is stupid, it's going to work, or it's not going to work. So that's why I said they are the gatekeeper at the entrance to come in. That's why visa is not a guarantee. They can send you back. If they read your mind and say you are not a genuine person, they'll send you back. Or the visa officer in Lagos or anywhere is trying to deny you visa. The simple answer is just to say you won't go back. And there is nothing you can do. How do you demonstrate when you've not traveled that you will go back? You need travel history and say, oh, I've been to this, I've been to that. Why do you say I won't go back? But you are a new person with virgin passport. If you remember in 2007, to his glory, late Ambassador Olushola, my boss, he was coming to Canada for a lecture like this that we invited him. And I said, sir, let me do this. Baba said, and they refused him. Former ambassador, 70-something years old. And the only reason they said he won't go back. I can't remember the Minister of External Affairs, one Igbo man at that time. He said, how come? I said, I told you, these people are deaf. They only listen to people who understand them. Okay. About what are we going to do? I said, you can't talk to Agalaga anyhow. I said, I told you that these people don't listen to story. Let's do it. It cost us. We push. I did the application. I think it was 3 weeks to the time. It was the greatest stress of my life. They now invited him. They didn't give him visa. They invited him to come to the embassy. They now told him They apologized. They now told him, go and talk to the person that did that visa. He understood what we are looking for. One of the examples is that I asked Baba, sir, you've been to Canada before? He said, no. Okay. I said, I've seen it because I quickly write the immigration minister. They gave me feedback. I write the officer. I pull out his file. I saw what, because I always ask for visa officer's note. I see. What's he talking about? He just say, you won't go back. But I ask for the reason. They will always provide if you have what it takes to get it. So I saw it. They said Baba did not provide complete information, which is mostly problem with most Nigerians. The immigration form that you sign in Canada, go and look at it. It will tell you 3 things. Most people fulfill 2. After you give all the information, when I ask you, when did you go to school? Some people will send resume to me. 2008 to 2009. That doesn't make sense. Is it June? April? You give. So now, when you are signing Canadian immigration form, it said 3 things. This information I'm providing is correct. Okay? Okay. It's accurate. But the last one is complete. People miss it out. Is it Mr. or Mrs.? You just say, I didn't need more. What does it mean? Because they don't want to give any maneuvering. What's your legal status? Not married. What does that mean? Are you single? Are you divorced? Are you separated in the process of separation? Or never marry? You have to be explicit. So, I now told Baba, sir, in 1969, you went from New York. You rented a car. You came for a drama program. And as a pleasure, you rented a car. You drove to Niagara. Niagara to New York is like Badagry to Seme. You return to Canada the same day. To New York the same day. The officer saw it. You did not provide complete information. Have you been to Canada before? You said no. Oh, no. That's one of the examples. There are many. When I saw, I addressed all the issue. They issued him the visa. And he was so surprised. I said, no, these people are very particular. There are people with 5 years multiple on UK visa in their passport, 5 years with American visa. They will still deny you Canadian visa. It's the most difficult visa in the world. Not because of anything, but because they are so particular about details. And our attitude is, why ought you sue me? They don't want. God don't sue you, gongon on what? No. Your circumstances is different. And sometimes they will say, have you been refused visa before? Why change Pali? They know. They will now bring it out and say, were you not the one that visited? They say, mo wobe mo lu. Lu mean system. So those are where people get it wrong. An agency help you to do it, there is nothing wrong. But be acquainted with what information is being provided. And then ask for a copy. But we are lazy to read. What if visa? But that doesn't guarantee your entry, because you might not provide information that the agent provided. So you have to learn and know what gave you visa, so that you yourself can be able to answer any question accurately. So that's the way Canadian process works. I don't want to go into the details of that. But You either make a claim at the point of entry, or you go inside and walk in and go to any visa office and say, I want to make a claim. They will give you. That's why I said there is a difference between asylum seeker and refugee. You are looking for refugee status. Once you initiate refugee claim, you are just an asylum seeker. You are not a refugee. Yeah, they will give you money or help you to get house rent. They will give you house rent or give you a place to stay. They will give you basic money to eat every month while your case is pending. Then if you apply for work permit, they will give you work permit to work. But all are temporary, depending on when your case is hard. Either it's positive or negative. Why are they doing that? They are not stupid. If you are able to eat and do anything on your own, you won't go to a lineup of cars driving and go and take cell phone. Because you are contented, you can eat. You don't need to look for your brother in Canada to eat. There is a provision of where you can go. So all the money mostly here are being wasted by government or politicians. They put it in the social system that anybody will not go hungry in Canada. No, you can't go hungry. And you have a roof on your head if you do the right thing. And if you need help, there is place to go. That's why people are crazy about Canada. It's not that it's too easy, but at least you can guarantee your children can school from elementary to secondary school free. They don't pay school fees. Your health care is free. It's a common health care. So there are people doing surgery over $250,000 is being covered by the common purse. Many things that kill people here, if you are there, it will not happen. Why? Because they will take care of you. So those are the better part of it. So, like I answer your question, you can make claim at the point of entry. You can make claim inside. Even after your visa expire, you can go and make a claim. But the question is, will it succeed or not? That's a different issue. You can even have a visa that expires 2 years, and you just think of, I don't want to go home, or what do I do? You go there and say, I want to make a claim. They will still accept your claim. But accepting your claim to process is different from approving you for a refugee status, because you are looking for refugee status. So let me see some of the questions that they write down. With no criminal record in Nigeria, can a graduate with job experience in Nigeria apply for a visa to Canada with the hope of getting a job there and probably get permanent resident? If yes, how? Yes, there are many ways now. Like I said, it's skilled worker, because you've identified here. You say a graduate. So you are coming to Canada is a window. Which window do you want to take, or like a door? Which door do you want to take inside? I'm a graduate. I have work experience. Then I want to come in as a skilled worker, meaning that I'm coming in to offer you my skill, and in return, you are going to offer me permanent residency. But there are conditions. Initially, in the 76 Act, they were just looking for graduates at that time. So any graduate that applied, say from 1976 to 2012, I think December 15, that's when they changed the law. From 76 to December 15, 2000 and let me see the government. 2000 and I will remember that 2012. Yes, 2012. A graduate with experience in any profession will just apply. At that time, it was not efficient. It took time. It can take 5 years. You will have forgotten. They will just call you. Your visa is ready. And with your family, go to Canada. But they now saw that people come, they can't match the skill with job. They now change it and now bring in classify occupation. You have to fall in within that occupation. They look at the occupational classification. They are looking for accountant. You have to be an accountant. They are looking for banker. There is a difference between banker and teller. Teller will not qualify. It's not a skill. So say, but I've been working for 15 years experience. In what? As a teller. It doesn't count. It's zero experience. And you see a new graduate with 2-year experience that will qualify, depending on what he or she is doing. So you can come in as a graduate and be able to get job. Job is not a problem in Canada. The difference is what kind of job. Do you want a career job or you just want to eat? There's always job to eat. You just take your card, go to agency, temporary agency, and they just give you a job immediately. Can you go to this and help them carry boxes? Or can you go here and do this? They'll pay you. It's legal. Or you want to do a career job, or you want to work with Canadian government, all these government agencies. If you want to work with them, then those are career jobs. So, so to answer your question, it's possible, but you have to follow the process. In most cases, it has to be a skilled worker, but the way they design the new skilled worker now, like I told you, is experience and value-based. They want you to bring value to Canada, because once you get to Canada, you become a permanent resident. You are going to have all your family, if they are young, school for free till high school before they go to college or university. And if you are going to college, it's different from Nigeria. There is always a guarantee loan to go to school for everybody. It's guaranteed. And you pay back little by little. And even when you finish, you can say, I still don't have a job or I can't afford it. Just communicate. And they will charge you little interest. Maybe 3.5, 4.5 on the interest, which is low. Okay. So, the way they design it now, anything over 35 puts you at disadvantage. Like, I'm a public policy scholar. So, the policy is designed that once you are over 35, how many years to retire? What are you coming to offer Canada? Because they know what you're going to benefit. Either you work or you don't work. There is guaranteed retirement income. It's not like Nigeria, you just say, oh, you see pensioner queuing up protesting. No. There is your guarantee insurance. They will put it into your account. You don't need to go and sign and bribe anybody at the office. Once you are clicking 65, you just see a form in your mail to start filling. Then you remind yourself, oh, I'm about getting 65. Yes. Then they are preparing for you. So they will give you so that you live with dignity for the rest of your life. It may not be much, but it will sustain you. But if on your own, you are able to save more, then you have more money. You save your private pension, then you have government pension. And then if you work, it becomes more because they will have taken taxes from your money. So you have more income. So if you don't work at all, let's say you go to Canada today at any age and you don't work for any day till you are 65, they will still give you guarantee old age pension once you are 65. So they are trying to save cost by making sure you are bringing in value. You work from less than 35 till at least 30 years. You are able to contribute for others to gain. Or you pay for the old people and then new people will pay for you. That's the way it's designed. And nothing will disrupt your retirement benefit. You don't. You can even be in Nigeria. When you are 65, you come back here, your money will still be in your account. You just transfer it. You are not compelled to stay there or travel to Abuja. They want to see this ID card. They want to know. They don't do that. You don't need to see anybody. They will just mail the form to you to confirm, are you still alive? Are you ready? Then you go. If you are not ready, you can say you still want to work another 5 years or 2 years. They will delay it. Maybe you want to accumulate more. So this person can go depending on the circumstances and if you meet the criteria. But the new program favor more people with masters. They want you to be job ready. Once you enter Canada, you are easily to get job than you are still starting all over again. So they don't want that transition to be longer. That's that. So the other one, what are the requirements for having the permanent resident status in Canada? Is it possible to get a job before moving to Canada so as to be reliable? No. When you come into Canada, you can get a job before leaving Nigeria. However, it has to be specialized job that they are looking for. Why? Because they are protecting the labor union over there. If any foreigner can just come, take their job, then the citizen will not see job to do. So you have to first demonstrate there is no Canadians, that the job has been advertised, that qualify or ready to do the job before you bring foreigner. Because when they are deceiving people and say they are looking for people, it has condition. So you can get a job, and then like I said, the requirements are many depending on your circumstances. Your age. Age is the big factor. Then do you have a spouse? It gives you more points. If you are single, you have less opportunity than somebody who is married. If you have a master's and your spouse has a master's, you have higher opportunity. Only single person, you might be short of 2, 3, and you need a place to make it up. So if you have a wife or a husband, then 2 of you can come together and see the cumulative point that you have. But we can talk that after if you want to talk to me on that. So any other question? Yeah.
I have a question that I think retired persons, pensioners like me, would like to relate to. Right now in Nigeria, the older people look like endangered species. That is what the youth say. That's the message of NSAS. We have not done very well, according to them. Now, looking at the windows you talked about to get into Canada, where everything seems so rosy, could I, in my position, apply for Canadian visa and hope to get inside and continue to earn pension. I think we would all want to relate to that. That is, there's no limit to the age. I mean, if you are there and you claim that the youth in your country are threatening your life, something like that, would you be taken in on a refugee basis?
Thank you, sir. To start from the last question, I said you have to always have a good representation that will clarify persecution, because it has to be persecution. The youth, if you want now, your question and the theme of where you want to base the claim on will be probably under membership of a particular social group, which they foresaw in 1951. So if you now say membership of a particular social group, the Supreme Court has clarified that in Canada. It has to be innate characteristic, something distinguishing you. So it has to be, we are retired people, okay? That's a group, we understand. Now, who are the agents of persecution? The onus will be thrown on you to demonstrate to the judge who is making the determination that, okay, who are the youth? Can we define them? Are they structure group that are the youth, or they are just in transition? They just did answer and there is no continuity. So there will be issue of delay when you're making a determination. Answer happen, if they target the old people at that time, you make claim right away those months. It's an ongoing problem because they have country report. They read. But they saw that after answer, they are not structure or visionary that have a goal. They just did it out of frustration and everybody just, the center doesn't hold. So it's going to have a legal challenge to convince the judge that these are structure agents of persecution, that is still there and that will continue to be there. The second question is the one you ask about the age. Age is not a factor in immigration. Age is only a factor in the economic class that is based on your skill. I'm coming in because I'm a graduate. I have BSc here, master's here. I can help your country with my skill. But as a retired person, your pocket talks. If you have money, then you now go to the investors class. That they don't age, but how much you want to put down. I want to invest in Canada. Because of that, they need your money and then you need their country. So you're going to be 50-50. So any age, old, that want to come has to be either because you have money and you go under the investors class. And that's more flexible because they need your money. It's like they are worshiping you. They need you than you need them. They will treat you like king. But if you have the money, or it doesn't matter the age. If the person is married or see a Canadian that is married to, age is not a factor. You can be 80 and you see a new person that you want to marry, you still come to Canada. Because we talk about family unification under the family class, and then we talk about the economic class. So you have two options, but it has to be based on money, and it has to be on genuine relationship. Most of the people that come in at the old age are widows or widowers that just need a companion. And the companion is a Canadian or a permanent resident. So that person, as a sponsor, have the legal right to bring he or she choice to Canada. But NSAS will not constitute a group because it's not a structured group. If it's a terrorist organization that is structured, continue to, like Boko Haram now. Yes, Boko Haram in some cases qualify if they target you. But you need to demonstrate that you've tried, you are living in the north all your life, they target you. If you go to Lagos, they will still look for you because they know you. But you need a lot of explanation to convince the judge. Yeah, many people get asylum because of Boko Haram. But the circumstances has to be special, peculiar, and satisfy that threshold of internal flight alternative. There is no other place in Nigeria that is safe for me. That's the layman explanation. No other place safe for me except you protect me, then they will protect you. So that's that, sir. Thank you, sir. Any other question? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. My question has to do with the being an immigrant and a refugee. You've been able to explain to us that an immigrant is this person that willingly depart from his own country, but a refugee is someone that left because things are not palatable. Now, getting there, are there limitations to what you can do or become as a refugee? Then if there are limitations, now, maybe I want to go beyond those limitations. Can my status be updated from being a refugee to becoming an immigrant while being there? Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, that's why I explain, and I will explain later. Refugee status is like a master key. That's what you are looking for. Once you get that, the opportunities abound. If you go to Canada today, you make a refugee claim today. Today is, we are in June now. Let's say December. They hear your case. You are granted refugee status. Get the convention refugee status after the judge has made that determination. Then, you are now given a form to apply as a permanent resident. Because they gave you that status because there is no other place you can go. Okay? Once you have that, the opportunity abound. The only difference between you on that day, let's say you go to your hearing today, sit in front of a judge, you are granted refugee status. The judge will say, welcome to Canada. Okay. Now, they will give you one paper that say convention refugee. Okay. Ademola, Adeshola, convention refugee. That has given you every right in Canada except just one, that you can still go further if you choose to until you become a citizen. The difference between refugee, convention refugee, and a Canadian citizen that was born there or acquired by naturalization is that citizen can vote. You still cannot vote. Okay? Then as a convention refugee, if you want to travel out of Canada, you can apply for travel document. But you cannot go to your country like Nigeria because you are making free of that process. You say they are looking for you in Nigeria, they granted you status. In 6 months, you just come to Nigeria and you start driving around Lagos. And then there's nothing that makes sense. So now, the other difference is that as a citizen, you can return to your country of nationality, Nigeria. It doesn't mean because you ran away from there, you can't come back here. No, it has to make reasonable sense when you come. Okay. When you now return to your country of nationality, you can stay for as long as you want. There is no restriction. But a refugee, who now have a travel permit cannot stay longer than a particular time. They will have stated for you. I can stay today now, don't return to Canada for the next 10 years. There is nothing that will happen. It's just when I choose to go, I'll just buy ticket and go. But if I'm a convention refugee, I will have limited time. I must meet my residency obligation. There is obligation on you that you make Canada your home, then you can't just go indefinitely. Then it's no more your home. So you see the distinction? Then to correct you, refugee didn't go because of this thing. They go because of threat. You have to understand that persecution. Their life is in danger. Immigration, you just choose. You just wake up. I want to live in Australia. It's just desire. And you have the economic power. That's all. You just go. If you meet the criteria. And mostly if you have money. If you don't qualify because of education, you qualify because of this. Anywhere in the world, economic speak. Because immigration is designed for economic purpose. Why do they want you to stay for a particular period of time? Because from refugee to permanent resident, from permanent resident to become a citizen. All those process for you to meet a year or 2 or 3 in the country because they change your status. Economic speak. You will buy, if you are smoking, you buy cigarettes. If you are drinking, you buy beer. You pay for rent. If you buy your house, you buy a house. So you drive, you buy gas. So immigration is designed for economic purpose. You will contribute. You buy phone card. You want to call home. You transfer money. They charge you interest on the transfer. So you see the cumulative. So immigration is designed for economy. To make money for the government and to save money for the government. That's why they refuse you visa. If you are not a genuine visitor, you won't go back. Because if you don't go back, it's going to cost them money. That's why they will look at a traditional ruler that will not leave his domain and say you want to go and stay in Canada. They know that you can't go, you will come back. So that's the question. So I think I have, okay, yeah. So what's the other question? So I can answer you. Before we move to the other side. Hmm? Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sorry, we are trying to trash out an online question, but I think we are not able to retrieve it. Okay. All right. I am glad to tell you that some of our awardees are already here. At least we have 6 people here already. Okay. You are okay.
The person is Adeyinka Davis, and he says, I live in Nigeria, and I would like to relocate to Canada as a skilled worker. What are the requirements? Thank you.
Yeah, we've said that. Let's go over it again. If you want to go as a skilled worker, you have to go based on your skill. So there are various categories of skilled worker. Economic class, which is based on, is it trade or being a university graduate? There are 2 types of skilled worker. You have trade. You are a plumber. But like I said, Mostly, will you be able to pass the English test requirement as a plumber? That's always the challenge for the skilled trade. But the other class is based on your skill. And with the express entry, the way express entry works is that it's like you're doing JAM. The government will do a draw every month or anytime, 3 months, 4 months. They will pull it out. They will grade your degree, your wife degree, your English or language test, your age. So if they say cutoff is 300 and you have 290, you won't go. You wait for another turn. But the problem is why I don't take most of application once I see that we are at the borderline is that if they do a draw today now, 300, and we have 290 waiting for the draw to come down, the English test is going to expire in 2 years. They do another draw in 4 months. They are at 95, 295. We are still at 290. They do another draw, 294. We are still short. By the time 2 years lapse, the English lapse. Once the English lapse, you have to go and take another one. At the time you are taking another one, your age is going up. Then you start fighting. I pay him. Then you start bringing unnecessary sentiment. Oh, I collected cooperative money. Oh, bring EFCC to threaten him. So that's why you give them clear understanding. If a client is at borderline, it's a risk. Don't take it. Tell them the truth. Look for other options. If you have money, go through the investors class. If you have money, go through the entrepreneurship class. There are various classes. I can deal with that personally so that not to take too much of our time. You can contact me for that. I can guide you. So I have no problem with that. So if there is no other question, let's quickly move to the next thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adeni Itemo. Just like he said, if you have any question, you can go through his contact will be displayed. So you can channel your questions through that contact. Just like I was saying, effectively we have 6 of our awardees here, and 3 have sent their representatives. Before we go to the next program, that is the video clips. The video clips of KBS's school. Let me quickly run on the names of those of our awardees that are already here. I have the pleasure to tell you that KBSC Oba Adedokun Abolarin, the Orangun of Okela, is here already. Also, I have His Royal Majesty Oba Abidin Adekombi Durosimi, who is also here. I have Dr. Mrs. Olayinka Ibiemi Oderinde in the house. Can you just wave your hand and say, you're welcome, ma? Also, I have Honorable Modupe Jessica Bewaji. You are welcome, madam. Engineer Oyedukun Oyeniyi sent a representative. Can we see the representative here? You're welcome. Also, Mrs. Mary Richards has also sent her own representative. Can I see the... You're welcome. The African Refugees Foundation has their representative here. You're welcome, sir. Also, I have my Honorable Prince, Adetono Shikiru Ayedun, who is also one of our awardees. You're welcome, sir. We have some of the people in the diaspora. I'm sure they are already online watching us. One of the awardees who is in diaspora is Dr. Veronica Finn Bure. I wouldn't know whether I'm able to call that name very well. She's a diaspora awardee. Also, we have Stephen Kanduli, who is also in the diaspora. Present here with us also is Mr. Olalekan Olatubosun Onopemipo. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much for coming. As the others arrive, we'll notify you. So can we go quickly to that video clips before lunch, I think? Okay. So, thank you. Please, can we switch off the light so that we can get...
We don't care what the children of the sun. Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé ní bọ́lọ́dà lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí. Wọ́n ń ṣe pàtí ní. Lo che sono la incolliamo la tia.
By Obadedokun Abolarin, who is keen on using education to fight poverty. The school, which is strictly for indigent children, presently have 94 students from different parts of Nigeria whose parents cannot afford to send to school. The beautiful school environment is not just conducive for learning, the students also work hard to keep their classrooms, hostels, kitchen, and dining clean. Obadedokun, who is also a teacher in the school, teaches different subjects and talk to the students who he calls his
Costume lawo, kose la fi gbọ́nà sókè. Bàtà mi ti ready. Káládá, costume lawo, kose la fi gbọ́nà sókè. Bàtà mi ti ready. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun, we're the children of the sun. Whoa, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care, we're the children of the sun.
It has also inculcated a great deal of confidence and courage in the students. The students speak boldly.
Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé ní bọ́lọ́dà lọ́jọ́ Saturday yìí. Wọ́n ń ṣe pàtí ní òwò lókè súná lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn làtíyà. Káládá kòstúmù láwọ̀ kose la fi gbọ́nà sókè. Bàtà mi ti ready. Káládá kòstúmù láwọ̀ kose la fi gbọ́nà sókè. Bàtà mi ti ready. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having the children of the sun. Whoa, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care. We're the children of the sun. Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé ní bọ́lọ́dà lọ́jọ́ sátidé yìí. Wọ́n ń ṣe pàtí ní òwò lókè súná lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn láti. Káládà kòsítúmù láwọ̀. Kò ṣe la fi gbọ́yàn sókè, bàtà mi ti rẹ́dì. Káládà kòsítúmù láwọ̀, kò ṣe la fi gbọ́yàn sókè, bàtà mi ti rẹ́dì. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun. We're the children of the sun. Whoa, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care. We're the children of the sun. Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé ní bọ́lọ́dà lọ́jọ́ sátidé yìí. Wọ́n ń ṣe pàtí ní òwò lókè súná lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn láti. Káládà kòsítúmù láwọ̀, kò ṣe la fi gbọ́yàn sókè, bàtà mi ti rẹ́dì. Kòsítúmù láwọ̀, kò ṣe la fi gbọ́yàn sókè, bàtà mi ti rẹ́dì. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun. We're the children of the sun. Whoa, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care. We're the children of the sun. Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé ní bọ́lọ́dà lọ́jọ́ sátidé yìí. Wọ́n ń ṣe pàtí ní òwò lókè súná lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn láti. Káládà kòsítúmù láwọ̀, kò ṣe la fi gbọ́yàn sókè, bàtà mi ti rẹ́dì. Káládà kòsítúmù láwọ̀, kò ṣe la fi gbọ́yàn sókè, bàtà mi ti rẹ́dì. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun. We're the children of the sun. Whoa, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care. We're the children of the sun.
What's the video I'm able to capture? Okay, you prefer to come out. Kábíyèsí o.
Oh, ọ̀rẹ́ mi láìdé ní bọ́lọ́dà lọ́jọ́ sátidé.
I didn't know that it's going to be another publicity stunt. Yeah, just here, collect my award, and go. But as I was watching that video clip, that was about 4 years ago. To the glory of God, some of those students, they are entering the university now. Nimotala, that girl, she's going to read pharmacy in Ife. Gabriel Eronsi is going to FUTA, biochemistry. I go all around to chase for their admissions. They know me in all the universities, Ibadan, Ife, FUTA, Federal University of Oye. Because I didn't go to school to be a king. I didn't wish it for myself. With due respect, Kabiyesi. I didn't want it. With due respect, I went to school. I'm well read. I'm a lawyer. I didn't read law as my first degree. I read law as my third degree. But eventually, I find myself in Okelaon, extreme of the state, rural background. I see poverty. I see poverty all around me. And my relationship with Temowo, because in Canada, Temowo is my immigration lawyer. I was a Canadian resident. My two daughters, I've not set my eyes on them the last 3 years. They live in Canada, they are Canadian citizens. But for me, because I became the Orogun in Okela and my first child, the status is no longer applicable to us. But that is a sacrifice that is made for the development. For me, there are challenges. Nation building is not a tea party. It's not a thing you get done overnight. Developed democracies, developed economies, France said it. The United States of America, for those of us who are historians, you know that they pass through their horrible moments, teaching crises. So what we are facing here in Nigeria is just a phase to some of us. I tell people, I may not see the greatness of Nigeria in my lifetime. I've resigned myself to that faith. I may not see the greatness of Nigeria, but again, if I'm not going to see the greatness of Nigeria in my lifetime, let's work for the greatness of Nigeria, maybe the next 50, 60, 70 years. That's what nation building. That's what nation building is not. That's what nation building is all about. So that is the essence of Abola Report. It was established 2014. It started with 35 school children, and to the glory of God, we have 151 school children now. This morning, about 20 of them, or 22 of them, they are sitting, they must have sat for the jam. They were briefing me. Center Ilaorongun, another center Ibajo, the last center for Esauke. These are children of the poor. And they are talented, they are skillful. You need to see the talents that we are wasting in Nigeria. It's horrible. It's horrible. That's why if you give me 10,000 naira, I know what I'm going to spend 10,000 naira to do. For me, 10,000 naira is a lot of money. So that's why I'm always very careful. Oh, spend money at parties. Wow, those monies that you spend at parties, huge sums of money, give them to me. I know what I'm going to use them for. I'm telling you. I know what I'm going to use them for. So, for us, it's in our interest, the elites. I always take delight to talk to the elites, the bandits that we have, the Boko Harams that we have. If we don't want it around us in Southwest, there is an enlightened self-interest that we must all be interested in. The children of the poor must be taken care of. If we fail to take care of the children of the poor, For God's sake, they won't allow our children to enjoy. They won't. They won't allow our children to enjoy. But if you know that you want to ride the best of cars, if you have a Rolls Royce, you want to ride your Rolls Royce, don't forget the children of the poor. But if you have a Rolls Royce and you keep it at home, you are unable to ride it, then you know you fail. If I have money to ride a Rolls Royce, I'll ride a Rolls Royce, but I can't ride it now because the poverty is scary. It's scary. It's scary. The poverty is scary. And the talent, wow, I've seen it. When I was looking at those children, I was almost shedding tears. You don't expect that from a traditional room. Because I know how we started with those children. And I know where those children are today. Please, this is not me. It's not for me. It's just for all of us, wherever we find ourselves. Do your little bit. Don't lose hope in Nigeria. Let's just continue to do what we are doing. And let us be futuristic. If you cannot see the greatness of Nigeria now, in the foreseeable future, let's pray for the greatness of Nigeria. I thank you.
Kabesi. Kabesi. Lunch is ready. Okay, we should video. But before we do that, let's quickly run through the other video clip. Are you ready?
láti 27th May 2007 sí 27th May 2021 ọdún mẹ́rìnlá gbáko nù tí kábíyèsí wa ti lò lórí ìtẹ́ àwọn baba ńlá wọn elédùà wá dúpẹ́ His Royal Majesty ọba Abidin Adékànbí Dúróṣinmi Òṣòlú of Irewe Kingdom Agúnbíyòyìnbó the second ngbẹ̀yìn lọ́mọ agogo ìdẹ tí ń bàjá lẹ́rù lu ilé Irewe bá a bá péré akọni àfidà lálẹ́ gàràgà ní ká.
Today yìí wọ́n ṣe pàtí ní òwò lókè sùnà lẹ́ńkọ́lé àwọn láti káládà kòstúmù láwọ̀ kò ṣe la fi gbọ́nà sókè bàtà mi ti rẹ́dì. Káládà kòstúmù láwọ̀ kò ṣe la fi gbọ́nà sókè bàtà mi ti rẹ́dì. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We're having fun with the children of the sun. Oh, we're happy people, and that's who we are. We don't care with the children of the sun.
Things are agitating your mind. So probably you want to say just a few things. Kabesi.
Kabesi. I will just say it in Yoruba because what really happened, I don't know where Temowo get all these things. Osolu is a place ní ìlú Èkó yìí. Ọba Osolu ní Western region. Òun ló jẹ́ chief whip láyé ọba Adérẹ̀mí ní Council of Obas. Ọba tó ti wà tipẹ́ ni. Ṣùgbọ́n wá wà ní Island ní Ọ̀jọ́ local government. Bí bó ṣe rí ìfàsẹ́yìn pọ̀ fún wọn púpọ̀ ní Òṣòlú tó jẹ́ pé bá ti sọ pé Lagos is mega city à ń tanra wa ni ìlú tí ò ju 3 kilometers sí Èkó tó jẹ́ pé ọ̀hún ní kankan mo dórí àpèrè bàbá ńlá mi ní 2007 èmi fúnra mi ló faná síbẹ̀ ká ṣomi síbẹ̀ ká ṣe nǹkan gbogbo nǹkan síbẹ̀ iléèwé tó wà ń bẹ̀ gbogbo ẹ̀ ti bàjẹ́ fúnra mi ni mo tún gbogbo ẹ̀ ṣe àwọn ọmọ tó wà ń bẹ̀ àyìnmọ́ye scholarship tí mo ń fún wọn nígbà tí mo dé àwọn tíṣà tó ń lọ sí primary school tó wà ní Òṣòlú ń lọ bí 8 kò sí tíṣà èmi fúnra mi náà ló gba tíṣà ń gbogbo wọn tó ń sì ń kọ́ wọn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Lagos tá ń sọ Lagos mega city akànpurọ́ tanra wa ni o ẹ bá lọ sí gbègbèríko nǹkan oríṣiríṣi ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ tí wọn ò ṣe nǹkan kan sí tó jẹ́ pé àwa tó jẹ́ ọmọ Èkó pàápàá kò dùn mọ́ wa nú àtọba àtìjòyè ṣùgbọ́n kí ni a lè ṣe gbogbo wa láti mọ̀ pé ọmọ Yorùbá ni wá àti kó Yorùbá àti kó mọ́ra lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ àwa tó jẹ́ ọmọ Èkó a ò lè ṣe nǹkan kan lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ìyẹn wà tó ń fún wa ní ìfàsẹ́yìn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ púpọ̀ jù léni. Gbogbo adùn tí ìbọn ṣe ń rọ̀nù Èkó kò sí lọ́wọ́ ọmọ Èkó ó sì ń dùn wá ìyà ń jẹ wá akàndákẹ́ ni ìbá tí àwọn ọba àtìjòyè lè máa ṣe là ń ṣe fún àwọn èèyàn wa nígbà tí àwa wà ń kékeré tá wà ní palace làwọn òyìnbó ọ̀dọ̀ wa náà ń gbé tó ń ṣe beach house denele ni ó wà ń bẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n wá ìtàn lè fi develop ẹ̀ sí tourism tó máa jẹ́ nǹkan fún gbogbo wa ní Nàìjíríà tìtòdé bó ṣe wà ló wà bá a bá sọ pé a fẹ́ develop ẹ̀ ìjọba náà á tún mú ọ̀dà lọ́wọ́ dání kí ni a fẹ́ ṣe nítorí ta ló fẹ́ approve ẹ̀ ta ló fẹ́ ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ mo kàn máa fi àkókò yìí gbogbo nǹkan tá ń ṣe tó wá pé àmọ́ báyìí ni a ti ṣọwọ́ ẹ̀ fún Tẹ̀mọ́wọ́ a mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ní Òṣòlú Kingdom ṣùgbọ́n nígbà kan wọ́n wò pé àwọn Christian Muslim wọ́n máa ń lọ kọ́ school káàkiri kò sírú ẹ̀ mọ́ kò sírú ẹ̀ mọ́ àwọn tó náwó pàápàá tán máa ń lọ káàkiri sí gbègbèríko tán lọ ṣe nǹkan kò sírú ẹ̀ mọ́ a ò sì mọ̀ dí gbogbo nǹkan ti toríkodò ní Nàìjíríà àmọ́ èyí tí ọmọ wa ń ṣe yìí kò sí ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ tó ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn tó ní àyè láti ṣe nǹkan bọ́n ṣe máa kówó sápò wọn bọ́n ṣe máa sápò ń lù bọ́n ṣe máa gbádùn náà ń ṣe àdúrà tèmi kan máa ṣe fún kọ́lọ́run kó ràn ẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo èyí tó ń ṣe yìí ìwọ Olúwa ká má rògbòn ayákẹ́là nítorí ẹni tó bá ti ń ṣe nǹkan rírí ní Nàìjíríà la máa ń dùbú là ń fẹ́ kàn máa ṣe àṣeyọrí òun ló gbé wa débi tí a dé yìí Ọlọ́run bá wà pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ o ojú ò ní tiẹ̀ o ó ti ń ṣe báyìí èyí tí ò ní ṣe mọ́ tó máa fi sú ẹ kò ní wá sọ́kàn ẹ gbogbo ogun tó bá wà wájú tó wà lẹ́yìn ọlọ́run abẹ́ ẹ ṣeun àdúrà lèmi kan máa fi sìn ẹ́ nítorí this is the first time tí máa rí nǹkan ró eléyìí kò ṣẹlẹ̀ rí ẹ ṣeun.
ẹ ṣe kábíyèsí ìgbà ọdọọdún kan while kábíyèsí was speaking I earlier told you that one of our awardees sent a representative. She is here in person, and that is Mrs. Mary Richards. You are welcome. Yeah, Mr. Adeniji has just a remark to make. You're welcome, sir.
Kábíyèsí o, kábíyèsí o, kábíyèsí. Mi ò mọ̀ bóyá tí n bá sọ Yorùbá gbogbo wa la máa gbọ́. Is there any non-Yoruba speaking person here? I always like to speak in Yoruba because I think I make more sense in Yoruba than in English. And I'm a graduate of English. Inú mi dùn lénìí sà pé mo jókòó ojúkorojú pẹ̀lú àwọn kábíyèsí. Inú mi tún á dùn pàtàkì pé kábíyèsí tí mo rí tó kọ́kọ́ sọ̀rọ̀ ń bí àti iṣẹ́ tó ṣe. Àwọn kan tí mo mọ̀ nígbà ayé mi ní yunifásitì ìlú yẹn ni wọ́n ti wá. Ọ̀ṣúndínà lórúkọ wọn. Ọ̀ṣúndínà late wọ́n pọ̀ illustrious family ni wọ́n láti ọ̀dọ̀ yín kábíyèsí. Ẹ kú oríire sà. Nǹkan tẹ́ ṣe yìí ẹ ṣe jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ kẹ́ tó lọ síbi táwọn àgbà wà. Mo báwo ni kì í ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Wọ́n ní àgbà kì í sí ìlú kábíyèsí àgbà kì í sí ìlú kí orí ọmọ tuntun wọ́. Orí Nàìjíríà ti wọ́ already but àgbà sì wà ń lù. So bí ó bá jẹ́ pé àgbà ó bẹ̀rẹ̀ nǹkan that is ó institute something ó lè correct something. Ibi tí mò ń lọ gan nìyẹn. Àwa kan wà tó jẹ́ pé bí a ṣe mọ̀ díẹ̀ nípa àwọn kábíyèsí la tún mọ̀ díẹ̀ nípa àwọn òyìnbó wọ̀nyẹn tán wá bí. Gbogbo history tá dẹ̀ kà ara nǹkan kan tá mú jáde ńbẹ̀ ni pé kò sí ẹni tó fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan tó dáa tó máa dúró de ìròyìn. Kò sí àfi tí o bá fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan tó dáa. Tó bá fẹ́ ṣe nǹkan tó dáa àwọn èrò ẹ̀yìn máa lé ẹni ìwọ ló máa lọ wájú. Ìyẹn ló kù sà lọ́dọ̀ àwọn kábíyèsí wa. Ẹ̀yin náà ẹ sọ díẹ̀ nù nǹkan tẹ́ ṣe. Ẹ tiẹ̀ tún fi sí pé ọmọ Èkó ni wọ́n ń sọ̀rọ̀ mega city wọn pè yín sí. Ẹ máa ṣe ti city tẹ́ wà. Nítorí tí ò bá sí cumulative effect nǹkan tí àwọn individuals and little groups ń ṣe ìlú kankan ò lè tòrò. We have to do little things in the best way we can where we find ourselves, not waiting for anybody. Ibi tó wà ń sìn ní ẹ̀ à ń sọ̀rọ̀ grassroots. Àwọn kábíyèsí wa bá ṣe respect wọn tó àwọn ní grassroots. Kì í ṣe ẹni tó wà lójú títì tó ń tọrọ owó yẹn kọ́ ní grassroots. Àwọn root wa gan ni wọ́n jókòó yìí. They are eminent people. They are traditional rulers. They are fantastic people. We can see how fantastic they can be because they have their own space and they are doing their best in their own space. Kábíyèsí, my own advice, ọmọdé ni mí at 82. mo rò pé tí ìjọba ńlá àwọn oní kí lẹ ṣe pé wọ́n ẹ̀ àwọn oní megacity tí wọ́n bá ṣe kù sọ́wọ́ yín sáà ìwọ̀nba nǹkan tẹ̀yìn bá ṣe ńgbà tá a bá mú ta tó jọ ṣe bí ìjọba ló ń ṣe house of chiefs tẹ́lẹ̀ house of chiefs and obas and all that kí ni dé tó ń ṣe mọ́ ó bọ́ lọ́wọ́ wọn ni ó wá bọ́ sọ́wọ́ yín ẹ jọ sà bàbá ní house of chiefs ẹ lọ fọ́ọ̀mù union ẹ fọ́ọ̀mù union àwọn ọba kò sẹ́ni tó máa dì í lọ́mú ẹ sì máa ṣọba yín bí tẹ́wà o but ẹ̀yin àtàwọn ọba tó kù irú àwọn progressive ọba báyìí ẹ máa ríra ẹ máa tún lu wa ṣe ẹ máa dúró de mega city thank you sir.
Thank you, Mr. Adeliji. Thank you so much. Just like I said earlier, our lunch is ready. And I want to start with the KBC to lead the awardees to the restaurant, while the high table people also join them. So, can we rise? Okay. Ẹ ṣeun. Wọ́n ní àwọn ọkùnrin láti dominate gbogbo kìíní láti ní olórí in the house wants to say one or two things. You will introduce yourself first, then Erama.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to the presenter and the participants and the organizers. I have just very little to say. Concerning when we were watching the video clip of Oba Adedokun Abolarin, that was concerning the school, Kabesi was feeling like he has not done enough. Yes, I saw that in him. But I want to let him know that he has done more. The only thing is, it's not been documented. He has done more. So how I wish that we have kings like this, like the ones that I'm saying here right now, like we have most of them in Lagos and other states, that they are building from the grassroots, taking care of the poor, empowering the youth. My king is known for that. He's well known for that. We were invited for an award in Abuja. We don't even know how come about that. Only for us to get there, and they started saying things that he has been doing from Lagos to Abuja. How? You know, I wish and I pray that this country will bring more prominent people like my kings that are sitting down here to take care of things like what we are facing now, the insecurities, the poverty level, and all that is happening in this country right now. It is because the head has failed, just like sir, the way you said. So ibi tó kù sí yìí, àwọn tó wà lórí ìjókòó níbí báyìí, àwọn ọba mi àti àwọn ọba tó kù tí wọ́n bá lè máa participate níwọ̀n ọba nǹkan kan díẹ̀ tí wọ́n bá lè máa ṣe láti jẹ́ kí everything wà okay. Then mo tún máa bẹ̀ àwa youth tá wà lórí ìjókòó náà in our own little ways that we can do little things to take care of our community. We should always do. Ọlọ́run á ràn gbogbo lọ́wọ́. Thank you very much.
Olórí, ẹ kú tọ́jú bàbá. Wọ́n ní lé ń di ẹrù yín o. I got a signal that ó kù díẹ̀ kí iṣu yẹn kó ready. So in that wise, we will continue with the program. Then when I get another counter signal, then we'll now walk into the restaurant. I want to acknowledge wọ́n ní Yorùbá ní ẹni tó bá fúnni ní pópó tán méjì ó ní òfẹ́ ká kíwú àkúrún mo júbà o mo fẹ́ recognize àna wa pàtàkì tó fún ọ̀rẹ́ wa ní pópó tán méjì tí òfẹ́ kó kú àkúrún Mrs. Adérónkẹ́ Adéyẹmí ẹ káàbọ̀ o ẹ ṣeun wa o thank you very much ma you are welcome. Ọba ń kí àmì ẹ ṣeun. Yeah, I want to go straight to the award. And don't mind some of the typographical error that are here. Some of the pictures, some of these things are upside down, but we'll try as much as possible to adjust. So please, pardon us for that error. Also, they have helped us to organize the way we are going to do it. So we'll just call them in order of this, the arrangement here. My temporary wife, come now. All right. I want to start off with the Kábíyèsí, Ọba Adédòkun Abọ́lárìn, the Ọ̀ràngún of Òkèlá in Ọ̀ṣun State. Kábíyèsí, mo fi tọ̀wọ̀tọ̀wọ̀ gbé dìde ẹ má bọ̀ níbí báyìí sir because of the camera. I will read the citation. Àkàgbàlá máa ṣe citation yẹn. Kábíyèsí, ẹ ṣé. Ọba Adédòkun Abọ́lárìn is the Ọ̀ràngún of Òkèlá in Ọ̀ṣun State. Prior to his installation in December 2006, he was a licensed law practitioner with the Supreme Court of Nigeria and the principal partner of Dokun Abọ́lárìn and Co., a firm of solicitors and legal consultants. And he served as company secretary to various corporations such as Tel Publication, that's publisher of Tel Magazine, Pacific Holdings, Peachtree Communication Limited, Sportsmark International, and Springtime Development Foundation. Oba Adedokun is also a prolific writer with a passion for research. Oba Adedokun Abọ́lárìn is from the Abosolo ruling house, one of the 3 ruling houses in Òkèlá, Ọ̀ṣun State. Oba Adedokun Abọ́lárìn is an esteemed law professional with a degree in law, a master's degree in international relations, and a bachelor's degree in political science, all from Obafemi Awolowo University. Great Ife. It is without a doubt that Oba Adedokun Abọ́lárìn is a firm believer in education and its significance in the development of our society. As an educationist and philanthropist, Oba Adedokun founded the Abọ́lárìn College, Òkèlá, Ìlá-Ọ̀ràngún, Ọ̀ṣun State. Though existing in less than a decade, Abọ́lárìn College was established with a mission to provide free education to indigent children. The college is tuition-free, as we have seen in the video clips. And the school provides everything the students need for clothing to educational materials. Admission is strictly reserved for the less privileged in the society, and it's not limited to the children in the immediate community, but extended to every part of Nigeria. The college, with a population of over 100 students, compels its students to be proficient in at least 3 languages, 1 local dialect, English and French. Speaking on the importance of free education and the establishment of the school, the monarch stated that, and I quote, It is not about being a Christian or a Muslim. It is not about nepotism. Neither is it restricted to Yoruba children, nor children from my hometown. It is about any less privileged child around who is willing to be educated. Obade Dokun is worthy of emulation, and we are all inside. May I now call on Elewi for a brief citation in her own way for Kabiesi.
Ọba tó tó bí ọ̀rọ̀ o, ọba ẹ̀rẹ̀ bí òsùn. Mo súnmọ́ bá níwọ̀n ẹgbẹ̀je, mo jìnnà sọ́ba níwọ̀n ẹgbẹ̀fà. Èmi ò jẹ́ ọba fín, torí àrọ́bà fín lọ pápá. Ilé ọba gbéra ńlẹ̀ òdì, ìdẹ́gbìrì lọ́lọ́gọ́ ń jí. Òjòjò oníṣòwò kọ́ máa lè nàjà gógógó lọ́rọ̀ tán lé. Ọba bọ́lárin wá. Àádẹ́dọ̀ òkun ẹ̀yìn gangan mọ́ ó ké sí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀gùn tí ó ké ilá ìwọ gangan mọ́ ó ké sí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Ẹ má bínú sí mi pé mo pè yín lórúkọ. Mo ní lórúkọ là ń pọ̀ bọ́ ládéládé. Lórúkọ là ń pẹ́ láyé lóye o. Ilá àwọn ògbìngùn gbìnlá. Ọmọ ògbìnlá gbìngùn. Ilá solóko. Ògún mi dùgbẹ̀ lókè àjà. Wọ́n pọ́ríkì lé bàbá tó bí yín lọ́mọ. Ilá ń lérí. Ògún náà ń lérí lé bàbá tó bí yín lọ́mọ. Ẹja àfilájí yan. Káàfọ̀gùn ọmọ ládàgbà. Wọ́n pọ́ríkì lé bàbá tó bí yín lọ́mọ. Ọ̀rọ̀ ògún ògbóye gbọ́lá. Gbéra ńlẹ̀ o. Gbéra ńlẹ̀ o. Gbéra ńlẹ̀ o dìde. Mo ní ìlàládé wa ọkọ̀ wọ́rọ̀ adé rí ilé bàbá tó bí yín lọ́mọ. Ìlàládé wa ọkọ̀ wọ́rọ̀ adé rí. Ọ̀rọ̀ ògún pẹ́ lóye ọ̀dà jẹ́lé bàbá tó bí yín lọ́mọ. Kárẹ̀kẹ̀lẹ́ o. Mo ní kádé kó pẹ́ lórí. Kí ìgbà táwọn pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀ yanjọ́.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oshegoni. Hello. Wọ́n ní o bá ti lọ. Hello. Mo fi tọ̀wọ̀tọ̀ gbé olórí dìde lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ kábíyèsí kó wá bá wa ṣe presentation yẹn fún kábíyèsí. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will call on Vivian to read the citation for Oba Abidin.
His Royal Majesty. His Royal Majesty Oba Abidin Adekombi Durosimi Osolu of Irewe Kingdom had his primary education at St. Peter's Primary School, Isagira, Elete, and High School at Awori College. Ojo as a pioneer student, secondary education at the famous St. Gregory's School College, Obalende, Lagos, and won the Principal Cup. He also played for the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, NNPC, and Julius Berger Football Club between 1980 and 1984. He worked with the school's management committee, Agboju, Lagos, and Ojo local government between 1987 and 1990. Oba Durosimi is an active politician and leader of the Action Congress political party in Ojo local government. He was the local government chairman of the National Republican Convention, NRC, during President Babangida's transition program in the 90s. He was the House of Assembly candidate of the party during the general elections. In 1999, he was appointed a supervisor for Agric-Rural Department and Sports in Ojo local government, a position he had till his coronation. He is the managing director of Awori Voice, a growing community newspaper. His Royal Majesty is a community leader, a great philanthropist, and a good Christian. Since his coronation, Kabiyesi has been performing his duties to the admiration of the young and old within the Osolu kingdom. He was the first traditional ruler in Awori land to feature on the maiden edition of the program Ishegbewa on LTV. Ishegbewa on Ibisi Egbewa, sorry. Ibisi Egbewa, I don't understand. On LTV. He has also performed the installation of the non-existing traditional chiefs and ballets within Osolu land for the benefit of his community. He has provided furniture for schools, rehabilitated staff quarters for the teachers, and provided scholarship awards for students. He also constructed bridges, rural electrification, and provided solar panels for street lights for communities. During the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown, Oba Durosimi gave varieties of foods and money to the entire 23 villages under the Osolu of Irewe Kingdom for 5 months in the year 2020. Can I help? He has rehabilitated dilapidated divisional police station and provided beds and mattresses for the police officers. His Royal Majesty Durosimi founded Awori United Football Club, organizes football championship for all the junior secondary schools in Ojo local government area of Lagos State and donated trophies. He has received several awards, among which are Award of Recognition, State Universal Basic Education Board, Local Government Education Authority, Ojo 2016, and Nigeria Traditional Patriot and Leadership Award, NITPLA, Our Majesty Global Publication 2021. God bless you, sir.
May I call on Mr. Goke Adeniji? Oh, I will have Kewi. All right.
Ẹ jẹ́ pé bí ológun ẹrú o. Ẹ jẹ́ pé bí ọlọ́gbọ́n àwọn ọ̀fà ìrọ̀lúfẹ́ kan ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹrin agbọ́jẹrin kan ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹjú ọ̀fàyàfà. Wọ́n ní bọ́bá porí akọni á fi dá a lálẹ́ gàràrà. Ilé ọba Abidin o. Àdẹ́kọ̀ bí ẹ̀yin gangan mo ó ké sí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Káyọ̀ pẹ̀lẹ́ o, àwọn òrìṣà nílé o. Àwòrì oṣù Akẹ̀sán ọmọ ọlọ́kọ̀ tó ní ìṣẹ́rìmọ̀jẹ̀lẹ̀ bàbá tóbi yín lọ́mọ. Akẹ̀sán ò lẹ́rìí balẹ̀ ọjà ọmọ olúlá ọmọ àgbọ̀dẹ̀rẹ̀ ọmọ àgbọ̀dìgbò ọ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ọmọ àdàgbà mádàkọ kẹrẹ wọ́n poríkìlẹ̀ bàbá tóbi yín lọ́mọ. Ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ iwájú ọlọ́kọ̀ tí ń so owó. Ẹ̀yìnkùlé ọlọ́kọ̀ wá sọ èjìgbàrà lẹ̀kẹ̀ ògèdègèdè ọlọ́kọ̀ wá tán yẹbẹyẹbẹyẹbẹ lórí omi. Ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ káàfọ̀ pàwà káàfàjẹ́ wà káwá fò gèdègèdè ọwọ́ wa kan délé ìsẹ́rìmọ́jẹ́. Káàrẹ̀ kàlẹ́ o ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ ẹ̀rọ̀kọ̀ ládùn ọmọ ọ̀sán ìlàwẹ̀. Ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ egbò wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́rẹ́ lóde ìlàdó àkìí fọkọ́rọ́ a kì í fàdáró mo ní bá ò bá rohun pa ìgbọ́dọ̀ kúrò níbẹ̀ lé bàbá tóbi yín lọ́mọ èkó sánilé o èkó akéètèlú ọgbọ́n èkó àró mi sálẹ̀ gbẹlẹ̀gbẹ̀ èkó àró ṣẹṣẹ mọ́mọ́jà mo ní ta ló lẹ lomi lẹ́kọ́ ẹ̀bí wọn pé ta ló ní alàgbàlú bàbá omi kó mi ẹ̀bí wọn pé ta ló ní àbàtà bùtù bàbá odò òkodò èkó ni mo dé táǹgìrì ti sáré ju ènìyàn ẹlẹ́sẹ̀ méjì lọ ẹ̀yin lọ́mọ fíjú wájà máa rìn gbẹ̀dẹ́kẹ́ ọ̀bùn wájà máa pa ṣìọ̀ṣìọ̀ lé bàbá tóbi yín lọ́mọ ọdọọdún là ń rọ́rọ́gbọ́ ọdọọdún là ń ra òòṣà ọdọọdún là ń máa rí nígbèrè nàgbàrà Olódùmarè o iwájú wájú lọ̀pọ̀ ibi tí ń retí iwájú wájú lẹ̀ ó máa lọ.
kábíyèsí o ẹ ṣe kábíyèsí o. ẹ ṣeun. Yeah. May I call on Mr. Adeniji to do the presentation on behalf of Origo?
Inú tèmi dùn lọ́tọ̀. Number one, that is the kíní pé St. Gregory's College lẹ lọ. Nítorí that is one college in Lagos tó jẹ́ pé ó ń breed àwọn ọba. Ibẹ̀ la dé ẹ̀mí Ọ̀yọ́ ti wá. St. Gregory's College. Inú mi tún dùn pé ẹ mọ bọ́ọ̀lù gbá. Èmi tẹ̀ ń wò ìbọ́ọ̀lù ni mí. Mo gba títí ẹsẹ̀ kan ló kù tí mo ní. Ẹ kú oríire sà. On behalf of Origo International Canada, I present to you, sir, for culture and community development, this award.
It's all right. You should use your initiatives, please. Eh? That's why you're here. Thank you. I want to crave the indulgence of Dr. Mrs. Olayinka Ibiyemi Oderide to step forward. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. I present to you Dr. Mrs. Olayinka Ibiyemi Oderide. She's a retired permanent secretary, counselor, educational consult, a poet, author, motivational speaker, and a proprietress. She had a brief stay at the Polytechnic Ibadan for advanced levels. She proceeded to University of Ile-Ife. She proceeded to University of Ile-Ife, Ifenabafemi Awolowo University for her first degree in Yoruba, her first master's degree in literature, and the second master's degree in test and measurement in the education department, and a PhD in educational psychology. That is from University of Ibadan. Grace UI. She started her career as a mobilization officer with the Directorate of Social Mobilization Oyo State to the management level before moving to Osun State. She joined the services of Osun State government as a secretary to the Judicial Service Commission and elevated to the position of a permanent secretary. She was later transferred from Judicial Service Commission to serve as the first female permanent secretary in the Ministry of Special Needs. Can I have a round of applause for that? That is Ministry of Special Needs, Youth and Sports. She was later posted to the Ministry of Home Affairs and Tourism and Culture. Also as the first female permanent secretary, and in 2012. Did I get that right? I can smell something. I can smell Shikiru Ayedun here. All right. Retired voluntarily from government service thereafter. She has been managing both at schools, Plants and Pillars School. That's the name of the school, Plants and Pillars School, and veered into special education, taking care of children with special needs. The center is called the Garnet Center for persons living with special needs. She served with 3 governors as a permanent secretary. Chief Bisi Akade, Baba Omokekeke, Prince Olakunsoye Oyinlola Oyinio, Mr. Rauf Aregbesola Baba Kabiru, and received numerous awards, among which is Osun State Judiciary Chief Judge Merit Award. I welcome you, madam. May I now call on His Royal Highness Abiodun Ogudiran, the Olubakun of Bakun, the Kwetimodu, to come and do the presentation.
Money Baba Molupako Jire Lopale o. Money Baba Waresa, O Waresa, O Waresa, Kojire Lopole, Money Bibale, Ogundiran, Boba ti jiri abuje siku use. Olubakun o, ẹ̀yin gangan mo ó ké sí lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́. Bá dákẹ́ máa jẹ́ mi ní ìwò tèmi. Ẹ̀yin lọmọ rántìwẹ̀ bí òjòlé bàbá tó bí yín lọ́mọ. Ẹ̀yin lọmọ pín sí ajá. Ọmọ apajá fúnra láwọ̀ ẹ̀là ni mo kò mi ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ yẹ̀gà lé bàbá tó bí yín lọ́mọ. Ìyẹ̀rú ọ̀kí sẹ́ni o. Ìyẹ̀rú ọ̀kí ọlọ́fà ọmọjọ́ ọlálọ́mí ọmọ abásùjọ́ kọ ìjàkadì lóró ó ń tọ̀fà. Ìjàkan tí wọ́n jà lọ́fà oúnjẹ tí mo ló sojú tani. Ó sojú ebè, ó sojú kòrò, bá sojú olóko wa làwọn lè bàbá tó bí yín lọ́mọ. Gúnugún morí mo dásà kẹ́ẹ̀rí. Kàlàmórí mo dásà kẹ́ńbẹ̀kù. Ìyẹ̀rú ọ̀kí mo dásà là ń lápá òsì rọra là mí. Bó o bá fẹ́ là mí má jẹ́ kábẹ́ òjìlẹ̀ lápá mi lé bàbá tó bí yín lọ́mọ.
Thank you. Abis.
Thank you very much. Maybe before I do this, I need to pass one message across. My own role here this afternoon is because of my virtue as a friend to Temple. And I want to say that my own, somebody like me, I've not done anything. When traditional rulers were being called to take one award or the other, I think I'm still young to take any award now. Yes, I'm just starting. And I must confess too that Kabiyesi, the Origo Bokela, I'm one of his awards here. I'm one of his awards. So also the friends too, because I was his student, he taught me. And I've always wondered, because I could remember there was a time I met him on Itoshiri Road one time. I think that time I've not graduated, I was still in university. And I met him, he gave me his card that he has his law firm somewhere around that area. And I was looking at him at the back, a teacher. What is he doing in the law chamber? That this man supposed to be in the classroom, not anywhere. Because the kind of training he gave me prepared me to do very well at University of Ibadan. There's nothing you wrote for him then. that will hand you high marks. Prince can testify to this. You know how A levels can be in those days. Write anything, Jack Russo, Harold Lasky, Thomas Hobbes, all those things. The man can just put over 20. To God be the glory, we pass through all those things and we are able to be here. So don't let me waste your time. Dr. Misola Yinka Ibiyemi Oderin. This is from Origo, and this is going to be a humanitarian award in recognition of your humanitarian service to the country. Congratulations.
I want us all to join me in welcoming our mommy, Honorable Modupe Jessica Bewaji. You are welcome, ma. Orúkọ àmà ọ̀rọ̀ mi Bewaji indeed. She's a public servant with Lagos State local government. She attended Oakdean School, Beacon Field Box, England, United Kingdom, University of Ibadan, BSc Sociology, and University of Lagos, Master in International Law and Diplomacy. Founder of Bewaji Helping Hands Foundation. The foundation reached out to people during the COVID-19 pandemic, distributing palliatives to citizens. The action impacted humanity positively and enhanced livelihoods. The foundation was able to raise over 5 million naira through family and friends. Please clap for her. The project was tagged MJB Family and Friends Giveaways. The foundation gave out sums of $10 and $20 to people to feed their families and buy necessities during the nationwide lockdown. The foundation, please let's clap for her. The foundation has paid for medical bills of the elderly on its support list, empowered and support widows financially, provided food and other home use provisions for orphanages. They provide food and cash palliatives for economically displaced individuals and indigent families. The foundation collaborates with others to provide portable water to rural communities in Badagry, Council of Lagos State, to aid the cottage industry of women in the communities. Thank you very much, ma. We appreciate you. For that, I want to go to my place where I came from, Badagry. Mawu lolo to Thank you, ma. Collaborate with others promoting the proper use of English language via distribution of English dictionaries, engagement of English language tutors, provision of storybooks and word puzzle games to pupils of selected secondary schools in Lagos State. Advocate for women's rights through media and empower them to be competitive in the modern world. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. I can see some parable issues here. All right, may I call on Reverend Lekon Temowo to do the presentation? You're welcome, sir. Eba fun alatewo.
Thank you very much. I want to say congratulations to everybody. Ẹ kú oríire o. Ẹ kú oríire, madam. Adara fún yín. It shall be well with you in the name of Jesus. Can I have the plaque? For me, I'm going to speak Yoruba because I feel more comfortable in speaking Yoruba to our mother. Torí pé wọ́n tún ilé ayé ṣe ni. Olúwa ò ní fi yín sílẹ̀. Olúwa ò ní fi yín sílẹ̀ o. Ní orúkọ ilé-iṣẹ́ Origo Canada Nigeria Limited la fẹ́ fún yín ní ẹ̀bùn yín. Màmá wa Honorable Modúpẹ́ Jessica Bẹ́wàjí fún ìmúdòrò ayé gbogbo èèyàn. A dára fún yín o. A gbé plaque yín fún yín ní orúkọ ti bàbá àti ní ti ọmọ àti ní ti ẹ̀mí mọ́. A sì ń gbàdúrà pé níwájú lọ́pàá ìpín máa rí sí. A dára fún yín o. Congratulations, man.
Thank you so much. Eche. Thank you so much. Yeah, as we do here, so they watch us in diaspora and online. And that is why the next awardee that we'll call is watching us, is with us online. So we have to, she is with us online. So I have to read her citation. Origo, maybe you should come and stand in our place here. So that the place will not be empty. She's Honorable Commissioner Iman Sulaiman Ibrahim. Mrs. Iman Sulaiman Ibrahim is a new generation multi-award winning business executive par excellence with core expertise in information technology, human capital management development, strategic marketing, and strategic communication for over a decade, often referred to as the People's Magnet. She was born in Jos, Plateau State, to engineer S.K. Danladi and an educationist mother, Aishat Sulaiman Danladi. She hailed from Kefi, Nasarawa State, but was raised here in Abuja. A product of Jabi Primary School, now LEA Primary School, Jabi. Federal Government Girls College, FGGC, Wari, Abuja, and the University of Abuja, graduating at the age of 19 with a BSc Sociology. At the age of 21, she received 2 master's degrees from Webster University, United Kingdom, an MBA and MA degrees in Management and Human Capital Development, and worked briefly at the Abuja Geographic Information System, AGIS, before returning to the United Kingdom, UK, with her husband. She worked briefly as a human resources personnel and moved to Mary Kay Cosmetics. All of you know Mary Kay now. She rose to become a top senior sales director, the only director from northern Nigeria in the organization of over 3.5 million sales force globally, and served for 11 years. The experience strengthened as for greatness. She loved to serve, help people, and add value to the society. She has zero tolerance for negativity and mediocrity because she believes in excellence. No wonder. She took to give back to the society and became a role model to make the world a better place. She was appointed the Director General of National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, in December 2020. In 6 months, she created an indelible landmark by unveiling and expanding the operational scope of the agency with the opening of more states commands, regional directorates, and smoothing of working relationship with array of partners within a short-lived tenure. She enhanced the morale of officers of the agency by elevating them to the position of higher responsibilities. Initiated a well-carved project, 4S and 4R, spread into states. I'm sure she will understand that. Strategized to salvage, support, and safeguard, as well as sustain and seal. The 4R research and database development, resources mobilization, revenue generation, drive, and remittances, rehabilitation and reintegration. The goal of these policies and measures is to change the narrative of human trafficking with all-inclusive societal approach and making the agency a more responsive organ of government. This has strengthened the organizational framework, Nigeria's practical commitment and national response in the fight against human trafficking. She's currently the Honorable Commissioner for the National Commission for Refugee, Migrants, and Internally Displaced Persons, NCFR, and hope she excel in her new agency to achieve outstanding results throughout public service and continuously demonstrate professionalism, integrity, and strong ethics in her day-to-day work. Please, a round of applause for Honorable Commissioner Imam Sulaiman Ibrahim. So we appreciate you as you are watching us. We congratulate you for this beautiful award. And this is to encourage you to do more. Thank you, madam. Okay. Vivian. I'm here again for another person that is with us online. And that is for Dr. Amobi Wokafo. Although she's far in the east presently and busy for a political campaign that is going on in Anambra State. Yeah. So we wish him success. Yeah. I want to present to you Dr. Amobi Wokafo. Dr. Amobi Wokafo upholds the highest standards for the wide range of services he provides. There is no distinction between big and small, or between big and small clients when it comes to the quality service offered. It is the tireless effort of him and his team that sets Dr. Wokafo apart as the finest example of an industry leader. Dr. Wokafo gives back to the community through his involvement in volunteer programs, sponsorship of events in collaboration with different organizations, and gifts to charity, sets him apart a philanthropist. He funded Obianama Foundation that assists widows and indigent people, and the President General of Oka Development Union, Nigeria. He has awarded scholarship to 34 best performing secondary school students and 66 indigent secondary school students in Oka, as well as trophies to 3 best schools. A round of applause. Dr. Wokafo FCA is a renowned corporate boardroom guru and chartered accountant. He has been on the board of several companies in Nigeria. He established Millennium Microcredit Finance Limited that provides loans to small business to improve capacity to run their businesses. Dr. Amobi Nwokafo has received several honors, awards, and titles both in spiritual, academic, community, and traditional levels, among which are the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, Special Service Award, Babcock University Elision, that is recognition of valuable contribution award, Rotary International District 91 Outstanding Service Award, Promoting World Health, Understanding and Peace, Nigeria Bar Association MBA Champion of Justice Award, National Association of Nigerian Students Finance Excellence in Leadership Award, Nnamdi Azikiwe University Oka, Philanthropic Service, etc. He is an aspirant for the 2021 governorship election in Anambra State on the platform of All Progressive. Honorable Shikuru, I don't know why we are not there to support him. So I want to present to you Dr. Amobi Nwokafo for the award of excellence leadership. A round of applause.
Including numerous environmental assessment projects, Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental site assessment and contamination site remediation and cleanup for brownfield redevelopment, risk assessment, record of site condition, environmental compliance monitoring and reporting, preparation of remedial action plans, contaminant management plans, and detailed soil, vapor, and air quality. Investigations of multipurpose land use development, both residential, commercial, and industrial buildings in Toronto and Ontario. Please, let's clap for him. Among many of the projects are numerous brownfield redevelopment sites and King Liberty Lands Development Projects, Toronto, Ontario. The King Liberty Development Project, Toronto, involved developing the former downtown Toronto industrial lands and surrounding lands in Toronto. The project comprised approximately 40 acres and involved considerable liaison with the City of Toronto, Go Transit, Ministry of Environment and other regulatory agencies. Please, let's clap for him. It began in 2001 and continues till date. This project received an award from the National Brownfield Association from Canadian Brownfield Network. Disaster clap. Engineer Oyedokun is the project manager responsible for initializing the environmental investigation related to the redevelopment. His works have tenable benefits to Toronto's environment and the health of Ontarians. His environmental assessment and brownfield redevelopment works had social, economic impact, health and safety, and benefits to Ontario's economy and improve resilience to climate change, fostering innovation in environmental protection and raises awareness of the importance of protection or protecting the environment. God bless you, Mr. Oyedokun.
Thank you. May I have the honor of calling Mr. Dotun Oyedeji to step forward and do the presentation on behalf of Origo. Atewo.
Kábíyèsí o, I ran through and I think it's a challenge, and it would be nice for people like Engineer Oyedokun to help us in the country. Like Kábíyèsí from Lagos and other people have noted, environmental issue is a major issue for us here. In fact, it's an ongoing, especially in Lagos State. For those of us living in Lagos State, it's a mess. And for an awardee abroad like this, it would be nice for them to give back to us. No, I won't say come home. I won't force anybody to come home. I'm sorry. But then give back to us. You know, give back to us, because there's something that is called backward integration. You know, you learn there, then you pass it to us here. So on behalf of Origo, I am honored and happy to present this to Engineer Oyedokun.
Thank you very much. Atewo.
I want us all to join me in welcoming Mrs. Mary Richards. Mary Richards happened to be my friend, my classmate. We are both ex-Mayflower students. She's a wonderful lady. She's so nice, very hardworking, right from the time that we were in school. God bless you, my dear. On the surface, Mrs. Mary Richards, an accomplished businesswoman of over 20 years of experience in business. She always ensured the smooth running of business as well as its growth in terms of management and sales wise. She's efficient at her job that she considers herself as a salesperson. She has the ability to take an unhealthy business and transform it into healthy and thriving. Because of her skills, she can produce productive and long-lasting, high-level results. More than being a businesswoman and thriving in the sales sector of business, she is also the Chief Executive Officer of one of the thriving real estate company in the country, DSM Properties. Ẹ wá ralẹ̀ o, à ń talẹ̀ o. She is here today. A máa mú wọn dáadáa. We will buy and you will give us discount. So, leading this great company has revealed her persuasive, influencing, and also a team leader skills in her. Mrs. Mary Richards attended Mayflower Junior School, Mayflower Senior Secondary School, and the University of Ibadan, National Institute of Information Technology. Earlier this year, 28 March 2021, as a result of her doggedness and relentless effort towards the company, DSM Properties was awarded the most reliable real estate company of the year. We go buy land here too. Yeah. She's currently working on humanitarian and sustainable development goals, which will be of great impact in the society and also help her become better. Due to the fact that she's a lover of God and loves to work for God, she became the pastor Mrs. of the Liberation Bible Church, Meron, Lagos State. Mrs. Richards is also the proprietor of Prime Gate Comprehensive School, Lagos State.
Thank you so much, madam. I could see another parapo in the this thing. May I have the honor of calling Mr. Ayo Ajayi to come and do the presentation on behalf of Origo. Eba fún wa látẹ̀wọ́ ẹjọ́. You're welcome, sir. I Jackie.
Cabeces. I was really impressed, and I must say that the responsibilities on our traditional leaders are this enormous. You can see the reason why one or two of my friends ran away from the position. Sir, I wish the two of you long life and more achievement. Madam, on behalf of Origo International Canada, I present to you a Entrepreneurship Award. Thank you very much for all your services.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, for photograph. All right. I want to call on Mr. Wole Adediran to stand in for the Origo International, the African Refugee Foundation, the representative of African Refugee Foundation, Mr. Wole Adediran. You're welcome, sir. I can as well refer to him as a co-host because he has something to do with the foundation. Thank you. African Refugee Foundation AREF, Lagos, Nigeria, is a humanitarian, non-profit, non-governmental, voluntary development organization conceptualized with the 3R strategy of rescue, rehabilitation, and reintegration of African refugees. Evacuees, returnees, and international displaced persons. AREF speaks for and supports African refugees, returnees, evacuees, and international displaced persons. Major activities that made AREF stand out are vocational training programs, voluntary medical corps services, African garments for African refugees, and internationally displaced persons. Peace advocacy project, that's workshop and publication, especially the ARF newsletter. Expanded training of medics and educators of African communities, especially through educational institutions, PEWAC, that is Peace Education for West African Communities, remains AREF's priority. The corps of mediators, peacemakers, and promoters of a culture of peace training compact is a project aimed at peacemaking and resolution. The training of professionals from all fields of human endeavor in peace, education, and practical peace building has so far been founded and hosted in Nigeria, South Africa, and Ethiopia. AREF, that's RF, is known for its innovative adoption of drama and culture. That's the habitat created by Show for Water and Drums of War by Ojora Saki Bakari. In Peace Education of Africa, which is aimed at sensitizing the public on the needs for peaceful coexistence. RF engages in public deliberation through the use of democracy as a project which brings public initiative to bear on issues and decisions affecting their lives. Deliberation is a special kind of thought that produces another way to act. It weighs carefully the various consequences of each available option for action, and as well consider the views of other parties involved in the crisis. Please, a round of applause. Big English. RF has also organized public presentation of an institutional development and endowment initiative. The aim is to assign specific programs and projects to potential endowers over a given period of time. This will equip the foundation in sustaining a peace initiative as well as meet future challenges. A collaborative efforts with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugee, UNHCR, United Nations Development Program, UNDP, Peace Education Institute, Helsinki, Finland, African Union, AU, and First Bank of Nigeria, among other, remain resources, and RF have strived to work actively as resources at SAF. We thank you for this notable role that we've been playing, and Tawole Adediran is representing the body. So may I now call on Fian to do the presentation.
On behalf of Origo International Canada, I present please to RF, and I encourage you to keep on keeping on. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. We are trying to take up time so that we won't waste time here. Thank you. I have the pleasure of telling you that the representative of Princess Adenrile Oyebola Oyetokunbo Adeniran Ogunsanya. Okay. Sorry, I told you he's a co-author, so he wants to make a remark.
Dear Kabi, ladies and gentlemen, African Refugee Foundation is so lucky because Mr. Lee Temowo happened to be one of our pioneer staff, and he was on our board before he traveled to Canada. And in the course of his being in Canada, he invited late Chief Segmutola to Canada to come and give a remark. Just like many years ago, the man passed on. By tomorrow, the whole world is going to mark World Refugee Day. Essentially, we are collaborating with Origo International Canada for many reasons, particularly on peace and development. Kabiyesi from Okela Orangun has been developing this area. If there is no peace, how can that effort be sustained? It is on all of us to join hands together and see how we can sustain peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just like I was saying, Princess Adenrile Oyebola Oyetokunbo Adeniran Ogunsanya sent somebody to represent her. I have the honor of calling on Mr. Damola Mabawanku to come and stand in for Princess. A round of applause, please.
I'm seizing this opportunity to greet her mommy, Princess Adenrile Oyebola Oyetokunbo Adeniran Ogunsanya, who is a septuagenarian born in Manchester City, England, to Otunba Dr. Adeniran Ogunsanya, QCSAN, of Rademo ruling house of Ikorodu, and Ilen Duan, both of blessed memory. She began the race for academic fulfillment at St. Agnes Private Nursery School, from where she proceeded to the Anglican Girls Primary School, Broad Street, Lagos, and thereafter moved on to Our Lady of Apostles Secondary, Yaba, Lagos, Nigeria, where she spent 1 year. On return to England, she was admitted at Brentwood Girls' School, Southpole, Lancashire, England, and later moved on to St. Mary's, Balslow, England. She obtained a higher school certificate at Field School, Chorleywood, Hertfordshire, and holds a diploma in French and law from the University of Paris, Sorbonne, France, and University of Lagos, Akoka, respectively. On completion of her law program at the University of Lagos, Adenrile began her working career at Shell Nigeria Limited, where she later became National Oil and Chemical Marketing Company, NOLChem, and now Corn Oil, as a personal assistant to the General Manager, Personnel and Training Development. Please, let's clap for her. She also served as Employee Relations Officer. After serving the company meritoriously for 13 years, she left to set up her own business and also to get actively involved in politics. Princess served as secretary to the Lagos State Government under Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, SAN, with a very dynamic cabinet in 2007 to 2011. The administration transformed Lagos into a mega city. The first of its kind in Lagos history. The lands at Victoria Island being lost to erosion for decades were recovered. This artificial terrain is the location of the Eco Atlantic City that support housing projects that would accommodate up to 25 million people. A population growth from 15 million that turned Lagos into the world's third largest city. The administration raised and donated $1 million on behalf of the government and the people of Lagos State as a contribution to assist the victims of the Haiti earthquake in 2010 and humanitarian crisis of grave proportions. She has served on various ad hoc committees, both at the state and national levels. She was on various boards, one of which was the board of the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, member, World Constitution and Parliamentary Association, WCPA. She was a patron of Law Society, University of Lagos, Nigerian Youth Foundation, Nigerian Red Cross Society, University of Lagos Detachment. She is the founder of Lagos State Women Forum. Princess had a long, varied and successful career in many fields as administrator, public servant, politician, entrepreneur, and women and girls' rights advocate. Please, let's clap for her. Princess Adeniran Ogunsonya's untiring drive in opening up the polity for participatory democracy and contribution to the socio-economic and political development of the state gone unnoticed. She has been honored with well-deserved traditional titles, some of which include Tenigbade Ikorodu, Mojibade of Emure, Fiwagboye of Itori, Yeyoba Odomola, Ekpe. Don't blame me. You saw me dancing that time. You know where I came from. And Omelu, Koko, and Igbo traditional title is well with her.
Thank you very much. I hope you have not lost a tooth there. Okay. Now, I have the honor of calling on Honorable Modupe Jessica Bewaji to come and do the presentation on behalf of Origo.
On behalf of Origo International, we'd like to present this honor to Princess Adeniran Ogunsonya's Lifetime Award. Congratulations.
Eshe. Èrò káre lè ìfẹ́. Èrò káre lè ìfẹ́. Àrí ẹ̀dá fífẹ́. Èrè káre lè. Thank you so much. Lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí. All right, ẹ bá fi jó gbé Princess Shikiru Adétọ̀nà, ẹ bá fi lùgbé wọlé.
Ọmọ odò tó sàn wéréke tó lọ sàn wéréke ó dé ìkùlé ọ̀sìnlẹ̀ ló dá bàtà mo ló dé ìkùlé adéláwẹ̀ lódò òkun onígbélé ojú ògbọ́dọ̀ pọ́nmùrà bàjẹ́ ògbọ́dọ̀ buwẹ́sẹ̀ ògèdè oníṣàn ọ̀bọ̀rọ̀ ló pọ̀ mi odò náà gbẹ sọ̀bọ̀rọ̀ mi wù mí ibi dandan kó máa ń bá lábẹ́lé bàbá tóbi ń lọ́mọ omi tí mo lọ sàn wéréke tí mo lọ sàn wéréke ọ̀nà mẹ́ta ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ lómi òun sàn níjọ́sí ìkíní lọ sàn tó fi sáàdùndùn ọ̀sùn létí ẹ̀ẹ́dẹ́ ìròdún ọmọ àjípè ọmọ onífẹ̀ẹ́ àbùwẹ̀ ọmọ adájọ́ owó rẹ̀ mọ́ ọmọ fìtílà tékété tí ń bẹ lóṣù bẹ lọ́jọ́ sí ó nínà yòó nílọ níbẹ̀ tọ̀sọ̀ torí bẹ̀ gangan ni wọn bàbá yín ti kàwé ìyọlé bàbá tóbi yín lọ́mọ omi ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kejì ń kọ́ òun ló wá sọ tó wá fi dé ìwò lóòdù ọba ọmọ atẹ́nigbọ̀ ọlá ọmọ atẹ́nigbọ̀ rẹ ìwọ tí onílẹ̀kùn tó jẹ́ pẹ̀lú bẹ́ẹ̀ ló fi sọ́lé bàbá tóbi yín lọ́mọ omi ẹlẹ́ẹ̀kẹta ń kọ́ òun ló wá sọ tó wá fi dé òkun dúdú lójú èyí rẹ̀ wá funfun nẹ́ni alágbálú omi alágbálú bàbá odò òkodò ilẹ̀kùn mẹ́rìndínlógún ló nífẹ̀ẹ́ kan àyíndúró kí wọ́n nífẹ̀ẹ́ hàn ni àyìnbẹ̀rẹ̀ kí wọ́n nífẹ̀ẹ́ hàn dáyé àyìndọ̀balẹ̀ kí wọ́n nífẹ̀ẹ́ ẹlẹ́bẹ̀bẹ̀ mo dúró mo kí wọ́n nífẹ̀ẹ́ hàn ni mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ mo kí wọ́n nífẹ̀ẹ́ hàn dáyé mo dọ̀balẹ̀ mo kí wọ́n nífẹ̀ẹ́ ẹlẹ́bẹ̀bẹ̀ mo kí wọ́n nífẹ̀ẹ́ mo jàró mo jẹ sẹ́ríkì bàbá ọgbà mo jàgbàgbà oyè ẹ̀yin lọmọ onílù kan bàbá tìrìbà ọmọ onílù kan bàbá tìrìbà ẹ̀yin lọmọ ẹlùkọ́ tọ́fàwẹ́kù kan o lágédé ń gbé etí ẹ̀rìn ni wọ́n fi sọ sọ̀rọ̀ lé bàbá tóbi lọ́mọ ohun mẹ́sàn-án ọ̀tọ̀ọ̀tọ̀ ló mú kílẹ̀ onífẹ̀ẹ́ ohun mi káwọn fẹ́rí apá kan káwọn àdákan sí ìkúnlẹ̀ rùmùrùmù òbí ipa òbí ifi sẹ́sẹ́ fún ìyàn tó funfun nẹ́nẹ́ òjì ọwọ́ ṣẹ́gi lé bàbá tóbi lọ́mọ.
Eshe, thank you so much. Unfortunately, I'll be limited to what is written here because I know so much about him. So let me just limit myself to this. I have Prince Adetono Shikiru Ayedun here. He attended community grammar school, Kudeti Ibadan, Oyo State, between 1980 and 1985. Then Obafemi Awolowo University, 1988 to 1992. With Bachelor's of Arts Honors degree, that is history in history, Ile-Ife, Osun State, between 1998 and 2000. He received his Master's in Public Administration, MPA, at Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Osun State, Nigeria. If you need the address, just say Ile-Ife. All right. He then proceeded to Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agowe, where he received his Master's of Science in Transport Studies. Prince, thank you. Prince Adetono has an unyielding desire to achieve high standards in everything that he does. He is a tested technocrat and politician with passion for service and benchmarking value-added solutions to advance humanity. He was the managing director of Sapid Agency Limited between 1995 to 2011. Private sector focused service business, a PPP initiative, maritime, warehousing, and logistics-based businesses. An astute businessman determined to ensure that the public space can be better enhanced through clear path synergy between the private and public sector. He became Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Home Affairs, Tourism and Culture in Osun State. That's how he became my Oga in politics. That's between 2011 to 2014. Prince Adetono developed various cultural tourism sites. That is Ududua Grove, Ifa Temple, and Oromiyan Staff, all in Ile-Ife. He constructed a UNESCO standard cultural and ceremonial pavilion at the Osun Osogbo World Heritage Site, in addition to a perimeter fencing of the car park at the buffer zone. He also developed Olumiri Waterfalls in Erinjesha, a major ecotourism site in the state, and erected concrete staircase to the second level of the waterfall. Prince rehabilitated the Palace Museum in Ila-Orangun. Kabesi, can you attest to that? Oh, okay, Ila-Orangun, not Okela. Torí tó wá ń parọ́ kí n lè dá ni o. Ila-Orangun, Ede, Ejigbo, Imesile. He engineered development of mini museum in the ministry and the statutes murals within and outside the ministry premises during his tenure. Ilé Agbomirogun, Oketase, Ilé Odua, Oromiyanku, and Okemogun was constructed while he promoted hospitality industry and developed tourism potential. He produced map guides and hotel directories for tourists, visitors, and travelers, and he actively participated in 2013 and 2014 edition of Black Heritage Festival in Lagos and showcased the unique art and rich culture of the state of Osun. Since 2015 till date, he has been a consultant to the state government. He has received numerous awards, among which are the Nigerian Union of Teachers, Ikeja Branch Outstanding Philanthropist Award, Obafemi Awolowo University, Environmental Planning Student Assistant Association, okay, then Distinguished Personality Award, District 9125 Rotary Club of Ile-Ife Community Service Award, District 404P Lions Club, Exemplary Performance Award, Ratahu, Osun State Chapter Award of Excellence in Tourism and Cultural Innovation, Diabetes Association of Nigeria, Osun State Chapter. He is a champion in diabetes advocacy. Thank you very much. So, there is no other person that will do that presentation than his permanent secretary then, and that is Dr. Ibiyemi Oderide. You're welcome, ma.
Kabesi. Well, I have little time to talk. All that was said, sir, wọ́n parọ́, torí ẹ̀ ń wá ẹni tó máa já irọ́ wọn. Wọ́n parọ́ tó tọ́nà sọ. May I say that Honorable Commissioner was is now Honorable Prince Sikuru Adetono. It was at a time that permanent secretaries and their commissioners were always fighting on principal issues that I was transferred to his ministry. And to the glory of God, we did not quarrel. He worked according to the rules and he did all that should be done as the head of the ministry. I want to add that to his performance. I'm pleased, Honorable Commissioner, sir. That's how we used to deceive ourselves. I'm pleased to present to you, on behalf of Origo International Canada, in the category of Heritage and Tourism Award. Benny used to call him Mr. Heritage, Mr. Tourism. This is presented to you, Prince Adetono Sikiru Aderele Ayedu, for advancing quality of life for others. Congratulations.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Using this medium to thank Origo International Canada. It is a rare privilege to stand shoulder to shoulder with your teacher to receive an award. Yes. I'm receiving an award today with Kabiesi Oba Adedokun Abolarin. When we were in school, we used to call him Dogze. Yes. He's a teacher and he remains a teacher. He is a father and God crowned him with that traditional title. And Okela wouldn't have had it better if it's somebody else. Congratulations, Kabiesi. I'm also using this medium to dedicate this award to Ogbeni Rauf Adesoja Adegbeshola. Yes. For giving me the opportunity of serving in his cabinet. Not just giving me the opportunity, giving you all the opportunities to exhibit your potentials, and which is what is handing me an award today. It's a thing of working with a governor, and it's a thing of being restricted. Ogbeni never restricted any one of us that worked with him. And that is why we were able to open up Oshun today. Oshun is a cynosure of eyes in the Committee of State. On this, I say thank you very much to Origo International, and thank you, Ogbeni, and all people that has contributed one way or the other to my life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Prince of the Source. Thank you. Yeah, we are almost there. I'm getting some good signals now that we will soon move to the restaurant. I have the honor of calling on Mr. Olalekan Olatubos Onopemipo.
You are welcome, Mr. Olalekan. Is Mr. Olalekan Olatubosun Onopemipo? And I can see that truly Onopemipo. Pẹ̀lú ògo Ọlọ́run, Onopemi àtúbọ̀ máa pọ̀. Is fondly called the Catalyst. Was born on the 18th day of January 1997. He is an all-round individual who has grown dexterity in corporate governance and leadership, project management, business development, and personal development skills. Láàárín ọdún mélòó, a professional digital marketing strategist, life coach, and IT professional. He has a diploma in public and international relations and pursuing a degree in guidance and counseling from the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. An associate member of the Association for Project Management, UK. A negotiation associate, NCNA. A student at the Global Institute of Global Leadership with other relevant certifications. He started his career as early as 2014 when he founded Tubosun School of Self-Discovery. Olatubosun is the founder and executive director, the Learnaholics Academy, Africa, Africa's first capacity building institute, whose operations have covered 26 African countries, including several European countries for Africans in the diaspora with 3,000 plus students and beneficiaries. The Academy has established chapters in Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, Burundi, and Uganda. Oh God, bless you. He's the founder of the Youth Empowerment and Support Initiative, the campus director of Youth Empowerment and Support Initiative, OAU, the campus director, Youth for Human Rights International, a US-based human rights education initiative. He founded the I Sabi Vote, www.isabivote.com, an electronic voting software company that offers contemporary methods in both remote and on-site electronic voting. Olatubosun is currently the Business Development Officer, Greenville, Polyplast in Ajah, Lagos, and a digital marketing strategist for Anambra State 2021 governorship candidate, Okeke Chika Jerry. Respect. He has authored 6 books and a scholarly article which includes roles of education in curbing insurgencies in Nigeria, your place, understanding the dynamics of your place in life and connecting yourself to destiny, recovery strategies for post-pandemic and beyond, the making of a father, to mention a few. Olatubosun is the convener of 3 annual conferences, Summit, the Catalyst Conference, TLA International Conference, and TOON International Leadership Summit. Okay, you read book. God bless you. His ideologies revolve around building people that build others, creating an ordinary world and living as an extraordinary person. The Lord will continue to strengthen you by His grace. He will uplift you by His grace, and He will take you to that particular place that the Lord has destined for you in Jesus' name.
Thank you so much. I can assure you that this is a genius. Please help me just prompt his phone number so that people can reach him. Yes. The employers of labors are here. KBS is here. He needs a young PA. Especially on educational whatever, you know. Yeah. Kò sẹ́ tó tún lè ṣe lé bí ó ṣe ti yá wa o. Ìyá wa ló máa wá bá a ṣe presentation yìí. Màámi Adéròǹkẹ́ Adéyẹmí. Ẹ bá pàtẹ́wọ́ fún. Mo ti sọ bọ́n ṣe jẹ́ ẹ̀wẹ̀ ju ẹ pàtẹ́wọ́ o. Kán má lọ gbọ́ ọmọ wọn lọ́wọ́ wa o.
Kábíyèsí o, mo kí ọba aládé o, mo kí jòyè o, mo kí gbogbo ẹ̀yin tó wà ní ìjókòó gbogbo, ìṣeun púpọ̀. Irú eléyìí kò ní tán láàrin wa ní Nàìjíríà lápapọ̀. Ire báyìí ò ní tán láàrin wa. Ọlá wọn á máa rewájú. Origo yìí bí wọ́n ṣe gbé wá láti Canada yìí. Àwọn ọmọ yìí lọ láti bí láti Nàìjíríà ni. Ire ayọ̀ náà máa mú bọ̀ wá fún wa. Gbogbo ọmọ oníkálukú ire ayọ̀ náà máa mú bọ̀. Gbogbo àwọn tó wà lọ́hùn tá a mọ̀ wọ́n lọ láti múre ayọ̀ wá fáwọn òbí wọn ni. ìrì ayọ̀ lóníkàlùkù máa mú wá látọ̀dọ̀ àwọn òbí wọn o àní fojú sunkún ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan wọn o nítòyìnbó òfin lẹ́nì kọ̀ọ̀kan wọn lọ́wọ́ kò ní béèrè lọ́wọ́ wọn o àwa tá a bí wọn lóbìnrin lọ́kùnrin àjèrè wọn o àti rí bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọn àní rópin ẹnì kọ̀ọ̀kan wọn àní rópin wọn lórúkọ Jésù nǹkan ayọ̀ báyìí náà máa mú wá àtàwọn àwọn ọmọ táwọn náà tún bí bẹ́ẹ̀ ìrì ayọ̀ lóníkàlùkù máa mú wá o ẹ ṣe àdúpẹ́ o ojú ò tiẹ̀ ní tí ẹnì kankan wá o. Ọlátúbọ̀sún wọ́n ní kí n gbé kínní ìwé ní orúkọ Origo International láti Canada oríire ni o ó ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ oríire láti ènìyàn lọ àwọn ìyẹ́ àti bàbá ẹ̀ girama ni mo jẹ́ fún ẹ̀ oríire náà máa ṣe gbogbo àwọn tó wà níwájú ẹ̀ gbogbo wọn náà máa ṣe oríire o ẹ̀ ní ṣe orí burúkú o dádì yín tó dẹ̀ fi ọjọ́ èní pé ó jẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ fún ẹ̀ bí wọ́n ṣe ń lọ tí wọ́n ń bọ̀ ayé ò mà ní dààmú wọn a máa lọ láyọ̀ a máa bọ̀ láyọ̀ ó ṣe ń fò lókè yẹn kò ní jábọ́ kò ní ríjà ayé o ire ayọ̀ ló máa mú bọ̀ wá sí Nàìjíríà lágbára Ọlọ́run ànírà burú o gbogbo ohun tó wà ń ta yìí a ti ń borí Olúwa túbọ̀ mú gbogbo wa borí o Olúwa túbọ̀ mú gbogbo wa borí o ànírà burú o àní sunkún lórí gbogbo àwọn ọmọ wa o gbogbo wọn mọ́ ṣe múre bọ̀ tó ń lọ tó ń múre wá ìre náà ó máa tó gbogbo wa lọ́wọ́ ni o a ti mọ̀ bẹ̀rẹ̀ wà ní ròpin.
ẹ ṣé màmá màmá o Olúwa dá màmá sí fún wa. Thank you so much. You want to say something? Okay.
Thank you. Your Royal Majesties, thank you so much. And I want to say thank you to organizers of this very event. This is a very major point in my career and I can't take it for granted. I've not gotten anywhere. This is just the beginning of my journey. And I remember what Proverbs 18:16 says. It says the gift of a man will make room for him and bring him before great men. And I think it's just a fulfillment of standing before this great men today. It's a privilege. I'm very grateful. And this is also a reminder that I need to remain deaf. Yes, when I say I need to remain deaf, it's just a philosophy. Very quickly, I want to just share this. A man was going on a very large tower. He was climbing a tower and people were saying, come down, all sorts. People were crying and shouting. This man keep climbing this tower. So not until he get to the top of the tower, they discovered this man was deaf. So the point I'm making is this. This man got to the top because he was deaf to those negative words and thoughts around him. And this is another reminder that I need to remain deaf to negative thoughts, bad influences, and every negative and anti-success policies around me. This is a reminder to keeping the deaf to everything. People have said, Boson, you have to stop doing what you're doing. But I kept deaf ears on them. And today, this is a result of being deaf to those negative words. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, organizers. Origo International, I'm so grateful. And I'm really very grateful for this. This is a big thing in my career. I can't take this for granted. Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Yes. All right. This is not going to be too palatable because the person that I want to talk about is late. When we were planning all these things, over a year ago, he was alive and he hoped to be here also, but unfortunately, he was called to the highest service in April. So on that note, please, let's just have 1 minute silence for Stephen Kaduli. May his soul continue to rest in peace. His people are watching us online. He belongs to one of the diaspora. Stephen Kadulu was a refugee rights advocate. Where is Mr. Temo? He was a researcher. Sorry to be using that word now. He was a researcher and policy analyst at Citizens of Public Justice, Canada. He was a member of the Canadian Council for Refugees Overseas Protection and Resettlement Working Group, a program officer for refugee sponsorship, a civil servant, a project coordinator for non-profit sector, and an academic researcher and peer reviewer. He obtained a BA Hons in social work from Makerere University, Uganda, MA Demography from the Australian National University, and Paralegal Diploma from Housing College, Toronto. He was a paralegal in good standing with the Law Society of Ontario. He received training in forced migration and refugee issues at the Refugee Studies Center, University of Oxford, and the Center for Stephen and various publications on African issues, particularly on governance, immigration, refugees, displaced persons, marriage in Uganda, and infant and child mortality. He had presented papers at various conferences, seminars, and workshops in Australia, Canada, Uganda, and the United Kingdom. He acted as a peer reviewer for Global Integrity, Transparency International, WHO Bulletin, and the UK Border Agency. He was a former junior editor of Refugee periodical and journal for internal displacement, a media analyst and evaluator with the Toronto Region Immigrant Employment Council, TRIEC, a faithful voice for social justice in Canadian public policy with focus on poverty, climate justice, and refugee rights before his death in April 2021. Let's clap for this achievement, as young as he was, and may God grant the family and friends the fortitude to bear the great loss. Thank you so much. All right. Our lunch is ready. So, but before then, the order is going to be the cabinet will go first, and their entourage. So then the high table will follow suit. Then the rest of us will now follow. Vivian, there is this last but not the least, our D, who is also in diaspora. So, Vivian.
We celebrate Dr. Veronica Fine Bray from refugee to PhD. She flew the Civil War in her native Liberia to pursuing 6 university degrees across 4 continents. Dr. Veronica Fine Bray's PhD 2019 journey through academia and life has been nothing short of remarkable. Raised by a single mother with 7 siblings in poverty, she spent nearly a decade in refugee camps in Ghana before relocating to Canada. She attended Osgood Hall Law School, Toronto. She demonstrated extraordinary strength of character, courage, and perseverance while facing oppression, intimidation, physical violence, and other obstacles. She was able to adapt and respond to changing circumstances while maintaining human sense of purpose. A world citizen, Dr. Fine Bray has taught, researched, consulted, and a highly sought after international conference speaker in at least 25 countries. Her work has been featured in and profiled by the Association of Commonwealth University, Times Higher Education, Global Washington, Law and Society Association, Cito Spectator, Georgia Strait, United Nations, please let's clap for her, United Nations Mission in Liberia radio show, Fourth University Service of Canada's Refugee Sponsorship Program, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, Morning Show, amongst others. She has authored 4 books, several book chapters, and peer-reviewed articles in many reputable academic journals. Dr. Fidebrew is born and bred Liberian war survivor. Please let's clap for her.
Yes, as was read, I present to you Dr. Veronica Finn Brew for advancing quality of life of others. Congratulations, madam. Thank you. Okay, please, I want all the awardees to come and take a group photograph before we go for lunch. I think, Kabese, I have your permission to do that. All the awardees, photographers. All the awardees, and yes, they have to come with the award. You can display the award. Please, you will need to display the award, please.
Bàbá mo dúpẹ́ látòrí mi dé sàlẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ rẹ ni. Bàbá mo dúpẹ́ o. Bàbá mo dúpẹ́ látòrí mi dé sàlẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ rẹ ni. Bàbá mo dúpẹ́. Èdùmàrè mo dúpẹ́ látòrí mi dé sàlẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ rẹ ni. Bàbá mo dúpẹ́. Bàbá mo dúpẹ́ látòrí mi dé sàlẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ rẹ ni. Bàbá mo dúpẹ́.
Okay, after the photograph, please.
Bàbá mo dúpẹ́.
Cases will go first.
Látòrí mi.
They will proceed to the. We still have room for more photographs.
Mo dúpẹ́ o.
We still have room for more photographs.
Látòrí mi o. Títí tó fi dé sàlẹ̀. Bàbá mo dúpẹ́ o.
Ta ló máa lead wọn? Ó yá.
Mo dúpẹ́ rírí.
Ta ló máa lead wọn?
Rí o. Mo dúpẹ́ níná, mo dúpẹ́ rírí lò. Mo dúpẹ́ mò ń fò lókè, òkè òkè mi. Iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ rẹ ni. Bàbá mo dúpẹ́. Bàbá mo dúpẹ́. Látòrí mi dé sàlẹ̀. Iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ rẹ ni. Bàbá mo dúpẹ́. Bàbá mo dúpẹ́ lórí Origo yìí o. Origo International láti Canada. Bàbá mo dúpẹ́ látòrí mi dé sàlẹ̀. Iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ rẹ ni mo dúpẹ́ o. Bá ṣe ń lọ bá ṣe ń bọ̀ Olódùmarè mo dúpẹ́ o. Bá ṣe ń jẹun bá ṣe ń mu mo dúpẹ́. Bá ṣe ń wẹ̀ o lójoojúmọ́ o. Iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ rẹ ni ó yẹ mo dúpẹ́.
bàbá mo dúpẹ́ àtòní mi dé sálẹ̀ iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ rẹ ni bàbá mo dúpẹ́.
Kà ń fọ́ pẹ́ fọ́ lọ́rùn. Lọ́kàn àti lóhùn wa. Ẹni ṣòwò yánu. Ní ẹni tàrá yẹ yọ. Bàtà wà lọ́mọ wọ̀. Ọ̀nà ló tọ́jú wá. Ó sì fẹ́ fún ìfẹ́. Ṣètọ́jú wá síbẹ̀. À ń fọpẹ́ fọlọ́run. Lọ́kàn àti lóhùn wa. Ẹni ṣòun yánu. Nu ẹni tààrà yẹ yan. Bàtà lọ́mọ wọ̀. Ọ̀nà ló tọ́jú wá. Ó sì fẹ́ fún ìfẹ́. Ṣètọ́jú wá síbẹ̀. Ọlọ́run àgbáyé. Ọwọ́ ni orúkọ rẹ̀. Ìrẹ́ lágbẹ̀kẹ́lé. Láyé máa jẹ kójú tiwa. Bí kò ṣe pé ó kọ́ lé náà, ó ń ṣiṣẹ́ ṣe lásán. Ó fà á tí omi ga, rọ ìrànwọ́ rẹ̀ sí wa. Ọba àìkú àìrí ìmọ̀ ológo jùlọ. Ẹni ayérayé ogun wa pẹ́láwọn mi lọ. Kókó ṣe. Kókó ṣe pé ó kọ́ lé náà. Ó ṣiṣẹ́ ṣe lásán. Wọ́n á fà á sí ọ̀gíga. Wọ́n ìrànwọ́ rẹ̀ sí wa. Ọlọ́run àgbáyé. Ọwọ́ ni orúkọ rẹ̀. Ìrẹ́ lágbẹ̀kẹ̀lé o. Láyé máa jẹ kójú tiwa. Bí kò ṣe pé ó kọ́ lé náà,
ó ṣiṣẹ́ ṣe lásán.
Yáyàyá.
Wọ́n ọba àti Omega, rọ ìrànwọ́ rẹ̀ sí wa.
Ibi mo gbé ń wọ̀, ibi mo gbé ń wọ̀, ibi mo gbé ń wọ̀, Jésù máa bà bẹ̀ jẹ́. Ibi mo gbé ń wọ̀, ibi mo gbé ń wọ̀, ibi mo gbé ń wọ̀, Jésù máa bà bẹ̀ jẹ́. Bàbá mo dúpẹ́ sẹ́ látorí mi dé sàlẹ̀, iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ rẹ ni bàbá mo dúpẹ́.
Bàbá mo dúpẹ́ látorí mi dé sàlẹ̀, iṣẹ́ ọwọ́ rẹ ni bàbá mo dúpẹ́.
Ó yá mo ní bàbá tó nu omi jẹ́ mi nù, Jésù ló pa mí lẹ́rìn ayọ̀. Látorí òkè mi wá, bàbá yóò mú lérí ṣẹ. Sí ọ ẹni tí a mọ́ lójú, sí ọ ẹni tí a kọ̀ sílẹ̀, sí ọ ọ̀rẹ́ tí jì ń gbá kiri, àti gbọ́ ẹni tí a kò dùn nínú. Lórí òkè mi mọ́ wá, bàbá yóò mú lérí ṣẹ. Àìlera yóò jìnnà sí ọ, ìbẹ̀rù rẹ yóò dópin. Gbàgbọ́ lẹ́mí olùtùnú wí, Jésù yóò fún ọ lóore àìnípẹ̀kun. Àánú Olúwa àlàáfíà yóò wá ọ rí. Látorí òkè mímọ́ wá, bàbá yóò mú lérí ṣẹ. Látorí òkè mímọ́ wá, bàbá yóò mú lérí ṣẹ. Bàbá tó nu omi jẹ́ mi nù, Jésù ló pa mí lẹ́rìn ayọ̀. Bàbá tó nu omi jẹ́ mi nù, Jésù ló pa mí lẹ́rìn ayọ̀. Ó dá mi lójú. Látorí òkè mímọ́ wá, bàbá yóò mú lérí ṣẹ. Oyeyeyeye. Látorí òkè mímọ́ wá, bàbá yóò mú lérí ṣẹ. Gbóhùn mi, bàbá gbóhùn mi, gbóhùn mi, bàbá gbóhùn mi. Ìgbà tí mo kígbe pè ọ́, ìgbà tí mo bá níyàn mi dé, ní ìrànlọ́wọ́ ẹ̀dá àbáyẹ. Gbóhùn mi, bàbá gbóhùn mi, gbóhùn mi, bàbá gbóhùn mi, gbóhùn mi, bàbá gbóhùn mi. Ìgbà tí mo kígbe pè ọ́, ìgbà tí mo gbá níyàn mi dé, tí ìrànlọ́wọ́ ẹ̀dá àbáyẹ. Gbóhùn mi, bàbá gbóhùn mi. Ìgbà tí kò sálábàárò mọ́, bẹ̀bẹ̀ mi bàbá. Tí mo kàn lẹ́kùn pẹ̀lú àdúrà, bẹ̀bẹ̀ mi bàbá. Ìgbà tí òkùnkùn ayé bá ṣú biribiri ìrìn àjò, bàbá gbẹ̀bẹ̀ mi, olùgbọ́ àdúrà mi. Ṣé àwa ni? Gbóhùn mi, bàbá gbóhùn mi, gbóhùn mi, bàbá gbóhùn mi. Ìgbà tí mo kígbe pè ọ́, ìgbà tí mo gbá níyàn mi dé, ìrànlọ́wọ́ ẹ̀dá àbáyẹ. Gbóhùn mi, bàbá gbóhùn mi. Ẹ̀yin ọmọ ènìyàn, ẹ ó ti sọ ògo mi di tìjú pẹ́ tó. Mo wo wájú kò sẹ́nìkan, mo wẹ̀yìn wò ó ti ṣẹ́. Igi àbáfẹ̀yìntì gbogbo rẹ̀ ẹ̀gún ló jẹ́, ṣùgbọ́n mo ní olùgbàlà kan tí ó lè tú ayé mi ṣe. Jésù Kristi ní orúkọ rẹ̀, òun lálábàárò mi. Mo dúró nínú ìgbàgbọ́ tí Jésù fi sọ mí di òmìnira. Súnmọ́ Ọlọ́run mi. Bí aago ìwà láyé tí lẹ́gọ̀rọ̀, àánú rẹ̀ pọ̀ bí ọrìn etí òkun. Bá mi táyé mi ṣe, bàbá gbọ̀rọ̀ mi rò. Wọ́n sùn mọ́ Ọlọ́run mi. Wọ́n sùn mọ́ Ọlọ́run mi. Bí ogun tilẹ̀ dìde òkú yóò bẹ̀rù. Bíjì ayédè wọ́n ṣàmà tẹ̀lé ọ. Wọ́n rọ̀ mọ́ Ọlọ́run mi, wọ́n ṣàmà ṣe retí. Lórí wọn lọ́lọ́run ayọ̀ mi tó tó gbòdì lé. Ìlérí Olúwa pọ̀ fáwọn àyànfẹ́. Ìlérí ìbùkún, ìlérí àánú, ìlérí ìsọdọmọ, òmìnira nínú ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ àti ìmúdúró. Bàbá ká mi yẹ kí n lè jogún ayọ̀ yìí o. Wọ́n sùn mọ́ Ọlọ́run mi. Wọ́n sùn mọ́ Ọlọ́run mi. Bí ogun tilẹ̀ dìde òun kí o bẹ̀rù. Bíjì ayédè wọ́n ṣàmà tẹ̀lé ọ. Wọ́n rọ̀ mọ́ Ọlọ́run mi, wọ́n ṣàmà sí rẹ̀. Orí wa lọ́lọ́run ayọ̀ mi. Orin yìí, orin ògo, orin ayọ̀ la ó fi gbé bàbá ga. Orin yìí, orin ògo, orin ayọ̀ la ó fi gbé bàbá ga. Ó gbé òkúta kúrò lẹ́nu bojì ayé mi. Ọba láránṣẹ́ ẹ̀dá, Ọlọ́run mi ò dá sáàkì. Orin yìí, orin ògo, orin ayọ̀ la ó fi gbé bàbá ga. Mo ní fún dídá tó dá mi sí, fún ìgẹ́ ìgẹ̀ rẹ bàbá, fún oúnjẹ ara àtẹ̀mí, pẹ̀lú ààbò rẹ tó dájú ṣe. Orin yìí, orin ògo, orin ayọ̀ la ó fi gbé bàbá ga. Ijó la ó máa jó, ijó la ó máa jó. Ayọ̀ la ó máa yọ̀, ayọ̀ la ó máa yọ̀. Lọ́jọ́ àjò sílùú ògo, lọ́jọ́ àjò sílùú ògo. Orin la ó máa kọ, orin la ó máa kọ. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ Jésù, ẹ̀jẹ̀ Jésù. Ẹ̀jẹ̀ Jésù, ẹ̀jẹ̀ Jésù. Ló lè gbà nílà, ló lè gbà nílà. Omi òmìnira fáwọn tó gbàgbọ́ nínú rẹ̀. Òmìnira fáwọn tó gbàgbọ́ nínú rẹ̀. Dúró nínú ìrètí lébùté ìmúṣẹ. Jésù nìkan ló lè mú bànújẹ́. Àwọn òkè ńlá yóò ṣípò. Òkè kékèké yóò papòdà. Àwọn òkè ńlá yóò ṣípò. Òkè kékèké yóò papòdà. Òkè ìbànújẹ́ yóò ṣípò. Àìrójú ara iye lọ́nà yóò papòdà. Ìnira orílẹ̀-èdè yóò ṣípò. Lórúkọ Jésù ní wọ́n sọ yóò papòdà. Àwọn òkè ńlá yóò ṣípò. Òkè kéké ìmọ̀ ọ̀tá yóò papòdà. Ṣùgbọ́n oore Olúwa, àánú Olúwa, oore ọ̀fẹ́ rẹ̀ bí òjò. Májẹ̀mú àlàáfíà onídágbére fàyànfẹ́ rẹ̀. Látòrí òkè mímọ́, bàbá yóò mú lérí iṣẹ́. Lálálálá. Látòrí òkè mímọ́ wá, bàbá yóò mú lérí iṣẹ́. Bàbá tó nu omijé mi nù, Jésù ló pa mí lẹ́rìn ayọ̀. Òye òye. Látòrí òkè mímọ́ wá, bàbá yóò mú lérí iṣẹ́. Sí ọ ẹni tí a pọ́n lójú, sí ọ ẹni tí a kọ̀ sílẹ̀, sí ọ ọ̀rẹ́ tí jì ń gbá kiri, àtiwọ́ ẹni tí a kàn dùn nínú. Látòrí òkè mímọ́ wá, bàbá yóò mú lérí iṣẹ́. Covenant keeping God, there is no one like you. Alpha and Omega, there is no one like you. Oh, covenant keeping God, there is no one like you. Alpha and Omega, there is no one like you. Covenant keeping God, there is no one like you. Alpha Omega, ṣẹ́yìn náà ní lọ jẹun báyìí torí Ọlọ́run. Covenant keeping God, there is no one like you. Alpha Omega, yeah, there is no one like you. Covenant keeping God, there is no one like you. Ọlọ́run májẹ̀mú, ayérayé, there is no one like you. Covenant keeping God, there is no one like you. Alpha Omega, there is no one like you. I never knew you would favor me this way, Lord. I never knew you would favor me this way, Lord. I never knew you would favor me this way, Lord. Favor me this way. Thank you, Jesus. Oh, I never knew you would favor me this way. I never knew you will favor me this way. I never knew you will favor me this way. Favor me this way. èmi ò mọ̀ ṣe pé bó ṣe máa já sí ni ànẹ́fẹ̀ ni ó Èdùmàrè máa ṣoore ńlá fún mi ó ṣe ó àtọ́bàjáyé o. I never knew you would favor me this way. I never knew you would favor me this way. I never knew you would favor me this way. Favor me this way. Thank you, Jesus. Oh Lord, I am very, very grateful for all you have done for me. Oh Lord, I'm very, very grateful. Ẹ̀dá ìbámọ̀nú ràn ìbá máa dúpẹ́ lójoojúmọ́. Oh Lord, I am very, very grateful for all you have done for me. Oh Lord, I am very, very grateful. I can say thank you, Jesus. Màá tún sọ wípé ó ṣohun tuntun láyé mi kò dáwọ́ dúró. Àánú ni mo rí gbà. Ó ṣohun tuntun, bàbá ṣohun tuntun. Gbogbo àgbáyé ẹ wá bá mi yọ̀. Ó ṣohun tuntun láyé mi kò dáwọ́ dúró. Àánú ni mo rí gbà. Ó ṣohun tuntun láyé mi kò dáwọ́ dúró. Gbogbo àgbáyé ẹ wá bá mi yọ̀. Ẹ wá wo tí Jésù mi ṣe. Ẹ wá wo tí Jésù mi ṣe. Ẹ wá wo tí Jésù mi ṣe. Bó bá jẹ́ wọ́n ni wàá gbowó lọ́wọ́ mi. Kí ló ṣe? Ó ṣe ohun tuntun láyé mi kò dáwọ́ dúró. Àánú ni mo rí gbà. Ó ṣe ohun tuntun láyé mi kò dáwọ́ dúró. Gbogbo àgbáyé ẹ wá bá mi yọ̀. Ẹ wá wò tí Jésù mi ṣe. Ẹ wá wò tí Jésù mi ṣe níwájú. Ẹ wá wò tí Jésù mi ṣe. Bó bá jẹ́ wọ́n ni wàá gbowó lọ́wọ́ mi. Kí ló ṣe? Ó ṣe ohun tuntun láyé mi kò dáwọ́ dúró. Àánú ni mo rí gbà. Ó ṣe ohun tuntun láyé mi kò dáwọ́ dúró. Gbogbo àgbáyé ẹ wá bá mi yọ̀. Oh Lord, I am very, very grateful for all you have done for me. Oh Lord, oh Lord, I can say thank you, Jesus. Ó ṣohun tuntun, ó ṣohun tuntun láyé mi kò dáwọ́ dúró. Àánú ni mo rí gbà o. Ó ṣohun tuntun láyé mi kò dáwọ́ dúró. Gbogbo àgbáyé ẹ wá bá mi yọ̀. Ó ṣoore mélòó gbàgbé wọn o. Ó ṣoore mélòó gbàgbé. Ó ṣoore mélòó gbàgbé wọn o. Ó ṣoore mélòó gbàgbé. Mélòó gbàgbé oore rẹ̀ Jésù. Ó ṣoore mélòó gbàgbé. Ó ṣoore mélòó gbàgbé wọn o. Ó ṣoore mélòó gbàgbé. Ẹni tọ́lọ́run bá yá sí ṣóun ló ṣoore fún. Ẹni tó bá ń bẹ lálàáfíà á mọ̀ pé Olódùmarè ṣoore. Ọ̀pọ̀ ló ti kú, ọ̀pọ̀ ló ti kú ọ̀pọ̀ ló ń bẹ nílé ìwòsàn ẹni tó bá ń bẹ lálàáfíà o a máa dúpẹ́ fóore tẹ́lẹ̀dùmarè ṣe ni ikú ń pa lọ́tún ó ń pa lọ́sì níwájú lọ́tún lọ́sì láàrin ọ̀tá láàrin ìdààmú. ògo fi mí fún ìjìyà ayé. Olúwa mi mo dúpẹ́ mo dúpẹ́ mo dúpẹ́ Jèhófà ní sí Olúwa ọba mi mo dúpẹ́ fún dásílẹ̀ ìjọ mímọ́ tó ṣojú ẹ̀ ní. àní ó ṣoore mélèé gbàgbé ó ṣoore mélèé gbàgbé. ẹni tó bá ń bẹ lálàáfíà ara ló máa mọ̀ pé Lédùmarè ṣoore. ọ̀pọ̀ ló ń bẹ nílé ìwòsàn lọ́wọ́lọ́wọ́ wọ́n ń kígbe ẹ fún mi lómi ẹ fún ní drips. tàwa ò rí bẹ́ẹ̀ à ń bẹ lálàáfíà ara ojú wa tún dán a tún yọkù a tún jẹun. ìwòtán wà parò bíi káfíńdálá orí ẹyẹ ní òpẹyẹ. kì í ṣe wípé a pé oore ọ̀fẹ́ Elédùmarè náà máa ní mo fi sọ wípé oore ọ̀fẹ́ òun. adùn nílé tí mi òun rẹ̀ yóò gbà ọ̀run kan gbogbo ayé ó sì mú. oore ọ̀fẹ́ ṣá ní gbẹ́kẹ̀lé mi Jésù kú fún aráyé ó kú fún mi pẹ̀lú. àníṣe ó ṣoore mélèé gbàgbé mi ò lè take it for granted. ó ṣoore mélèé gbàgbé. ẹ̀dá ìbámu núró ìbá máa dúpẹ́. àìláròjinlẹ̀ la ò fi lè yìn bàbá fóore tó ṣe. ó fún wa lọ́mọ ó fún wa láya ó fún wa lọ́kọ ó fún wa nílé tá à ń gbé. ọ̀pọ̀ ló ń sùn sábẹ́ bíríìjì ọ̀pọ̀ ló ń tọrọ kó tó rówó jẹun tiwa ò rí bẹ́ẹ̀. à ń dá kọjọkọjọ bàbá tọwọ́ bàpò à ń rówó mú jáde ṣé kò wá ṣoore tán ni. ó ṣoore fẹ́mi délé mi bláko kìkì adé. ó ṣoore fún mi Èdùmàrè mo dúpẹ́ má má dáwọ́ oore rẹ dúró láyé mi. ìyẹn lórin tuntun tó ń bọ̀ lọ́nà mo ní má má dáwọ́ oore rẹ dúró láyé mi. bàbá dákun dákun dábọ̀ má má dáwọ́ oore rẹ dúró láyé mi. àníṣe ó ṣoore mélèé gbàgbé wọn o ó ṣoore mélèé gbàgbé. mélèé gbàgbé oore rẹ Jésù ó ṣoore mélèé gbàgbé. ó ṣe Jésù Kristi ọba tó dá mi sí. wọ́n ní tólúwa bá ń sàmì ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ta ló lè dúró. ìwọ fẹ́ òtítọ́ ní inú àti ní àìkọ̀kọ̀ níwọ yóò mú wa mọ́gbọ́n fi ẹ̀jẹ̀ Jésù Kristi wẹ̀ mí èmi yóò sì mọ̀ èmi yóò sì funfun jẹ̀gbọ́n òwú lọ wẹ̀ mí ní àwẹ̀mọ́ kúrò nínú ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ mi kúrò nínú gbogbo àìṣedédé mi. wọ́n ní bólúwa bá sàmì ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ ta ló lè dúró. àmọ́ lábẹ́ oore ọ̀fẹ́ Elédùmarè làwa ń jẹ àmì sẹ́mọ́ ni ó oore ọ̀fẹ́ òun. àdùn nílé tí mi òun rẹ̀ yóò gbà ọ̀run kan ó fò ayé ò sì gbà. Oore ọ̀fẹ́ ní gbẹ́kẹ̀lé mi. Jésù kú fún aráyé, ó kú